Alright, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. That would probably help if I didn't mute my preview stream. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Greetings, everybody! It's time for the weekly stream. Decided I'd be doing some Castlevania 3 tonight. Japanese version. I received my replacement AVS console in the mail just a couple of days ago, and so sort of to celebrate it, I wanted to fire up one of my favorite games on the system. Did some tests with the console earlier today. Everything seems to be working fine, and so we should be good. So yeah, normally I don't do Konami games on stream because it's pretty much instant copyright claim material. But I have a bunch of other Let's Plays planned for the next couple of months. I don't plan on doing any Konami games in the next couple of months. And so what I'll do with this stream is I'll count it as my Konami Let's Play. And I'll counter the copyright claim and just go through the nonsense that comes along with it. Because I am pretty certain this will get copyright claimed. I've already done Let's Plays of this and the US version. They both got claimed. And so without a doubt, this one will get claimed as well. But still, I'll put up with it. So first off, I wanted to give a big shout out to a couple of people. I started a Patreon this week, and I actually ended up getting 4 donors and supporters so far. So big shout out to Tony, Mr. Tony Hayden in the chat, Mike Sherman, Vincent Wixom, and Bracy Miller, the Bracy Miller, aka Retro Snow. So I highly doubt any of you guys are actually watching right now, but thank you regardless. Check out my Patreon video if you guys want more information on that. And yeah, so hey everybody, we got a pretty good turnout so far. I guess that's the perk to scheduling the stream early. You guys get a heads up that the stream is happening and what game I'm playing. So let's see. Let's see if this is the better version. It's got better music in certain cases, but I actually think the North American version is the better game because of the challenge. There's also some tweaks made to the United States version, such as on the first skull boss. In the US version, you can duck on the far right platform and hit him in the head, and it counts as a hit. In the Japanese version, the whip just goes right through his head. It doesn't register. So there's actually a little bit of extra polish in the North American version as well that people don't really talk about. So when it comes to actually playing Castlevania 3, my favorite is the North American version. As far as sounding goes, I mean, there's aspects of the U.S. soundtrack I really like as well. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that the Japanese soundtrack is pretty badass, and so most people are going to prefer that. But I think it's worth having both versions if you're a big fan of the game, for sure. So let's see what you guys are also saying while I was doing my tests. Cat and Capoodle, thank you very much. It's been a long slog to 5K, but we're almost there. Let's hope that YouTube doesn't do another major purge. Last year when I hit 4,000 subs, YouTube did a purge and I lost 200 subscribers. And then I had to work my way back up to 4,000 a second time. So that was, yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen again this year. But yeah, Tony, I do not have any of the YY World games. And so I have not played any of them. I'd like to try them out. I understand one of them has like a Castlevania stage in it or something like that, if I'm thinking of the right game. And does anyone know if you could view a stream on power save mode? If your Wi-Fi is still active, you should be able to. Michael Ayala, I probably mispronounced your name, but greetings as well. And Horror Freak, haven't seen you in a while. Hey Gerald, Ghost Pan, how you doing, man? Alright, let's see. So yeah, if this does get claimed, I can fight it. I will, and it'll probably go through. Cross my fingers. I mean, Konami stuff, it usually goes through. I don't even know if they check their claims, honestly. But do what Jim Sterling does and add other material at the end to create a copyright deadline. That doesn't work. Yeah. Hey, Jonathan, how you doing, man? So, Jonathan Pressman out there, he has a thread on Atari Age called My Quest to Beat Castlevania. And he finally defeated the first Castlevania for the very first time, and it was awesome to read about. It's been years in the making, and now he's working on Castlevania III. So, we're going to show him how to play some Castlevania III. Now, Jonathan, we're actually playing the Japanese version, so it's going to be a little bit easier on the first loop. So, but once I beat it the first time, I am going to play the second loop. And so the Japanese second loop is more akin to, oh, not a lot. Not enough room. The Japanese second loop is more akin to the American version's, first loop. I mean, there's still more enemies in the Japanese second loop than the North American first loop. So once we get to the second loop, you'll get a better idea of, you know, the strategies and so forth. Oh, you played Adventure Rebirth. Very nice. You're gonna need a Trevor McFur live stream one of these days. I mean, I can make that happen. I'm actually planning to sell my skunk board. Explosive Notes. Hello, Cat Claremont. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm actually selling my Jaguar skunk board, and so I'm not gonna have access to several Jaguar games in the near future. I am trying to pump out a bunch of Let's Plays before I get rid of my flash cart for it. So I actually recorded Tempest 2000 earlier today, and that was an interesting one. So I hope to pump out a couple more Jaguar games over the next couple of days, and then I have to ship out the cartridge. Hey, Larry G. Have I played Xenon 2 Mega Blast? Not on the Jaguar, no, but I have it on the ST. I actually streamed it a little bit on the ST probably about a month and a half ago. You got Wild Guns on Super Nintendo. I bet that wasn't cheap. So, Kat, you had trouble with the first Castlevania. I mean, that makes sense. A lot of people have trouble with that game. I mean, it was ages before I was able to finish that game. You know? I mean, granted, I did finish it in the 90s, but it probably wasn't until... Oh, man. I'm trying to think. It probably wasn't until I was in high school that I actually beat that game for the first time. You know, in high school for me ended in 2001, so that was a long time ago. It was probably late 90s when I first beat Castlevania. You know, that might not be entirely true. I probably beat it when I was younger, but wasn't really able to replicate that success. It wasn't until, like, you know, later high school years that I was able to one credit clear it. But it's the sort of game that's really tough when you first play it, and when you finally finish it, you know, it's a sigh of relief. It's an accomplishment, but you get better and better at it the more you revisit it, you know? And that's kind of where I'm at with these games. So, like, one of the things about the Japanese version is you can't whack this guy in the head like you can in the North American version. So let me demonstrate it. See, it just goes right through him. It's one of the things they improved in the North American version. So, like I said, the North American one has a little extra polish in certain cases, which is very nice. It also has a greater challenge. They modified some of the boss arenas to make the bosses harder. Also, the bosses are more aggressive, and to me, that's more rewarding for this game. Some of the bosses in this game are so stupid that they're not really a challenge at all. And the thing about the original Castlevania is that not only were the levels challenging, but the bosses were challenging too. And that's not really the case in Castlevania 3 here. The Japanese version, a lot of the bosses are just dummies. So... yeah, the stage with death is probably the hardest level in the original Castlevania, and that's the stage I had the hardest part with, you know, the most amount of trouble with as well when I was a kid. And it's that last stretch before death in particular that really got me. So, but, you know, the trick with that last section is just, you know, keeping an eye out on the Medusa heads. You know, walking underneath them, or over them. You know, just follow their patterns and then move forward accordingly. Like, don't just keep pressing forward because you can. Like, you want to wait for the Medusa heads before you press forward. Sometimes you might have to move backwards just to get around them. It's tough. It's tough. You know, it requires, you know, good eye-hand coordination. You've got to really watch the enemy patterns and play accordingly. So discipline is something that is really important in the Castlevania series. If you're not disciplined when you play, then you're likely to take a lot of hits and die. And obviously Castlevania has checkpoints, so you know you've got to learn to recover from those checkpoints as well. And that's also a part of the challenge. Is if you can't recover from those checkpoints, then good luck. This is exciting. I'm old as hell, so this is what I do when the kids at mom's. Nice, Jonathan. Well, if you like these types of streams, Jonathan, I'm here every Thursday night, same time, same place. But yeah, for Death, the easiest way around him is using the holy water trick. And that's actually what I recommend doing if you're having trouble with death. Now, it is really fun trying to beat death the normal way, because it's a tough fight, and it's even more satisfying if you can beat him that way. But if you just want to beat the game, use the holy water trick. Now, you do have to get to the boss with the holy water, but I mean, the holy water just wrecks in the first Castlevania, and it actually wrecks in Castlevania III as well. It's extremely useful. It actually, technically, is better in Castlevania III because it has a more rapid-fire hit mechanic. So whereas like in the first Castlevania, there's usually like a slight pause between each hit. In Castlevania 3, it's just like rapid-fire, especially if you have like the item numbers. Like I've got the item 3 right now. So if I launch 3 holy waters on a boss, it just like demolishes them really fast. It's really satisfying. Let's see. Bloodlines is probably my second or third favorite in the series. Yeah, I've been thinking about that one myself actually recently. I know Cinemassacre just did a playthrough of Bloodlines, which got me thinking about the game again. And that one is probably a little bit lower down on my list these days, and it's not that it's a bad thing. It's like, it's just so many of the best Castlevanias are really good, and it's really hard to pick a favorite. Well, unless it's Castlevania 4, then it's easy to pick a favorite. But outside of that, I find it really hard to rate the games like on a list or in a list fashion. And like I used to say Bloodlines was like my favorite or my second favorite, but now I enjoy Dracula X, Rondo, and Blood more. There's just a lot more going on in Rondo, and in terms of like actual attacking enemies and dodging stuff and things like that, it's more interesting for me. But then Castlevania 3 is up there as well. Castlevania 3 is probably now my second favorite Castlevania, but I love the first Castlevania too, so it's just like I don't know, I just put them all in my top 5. And holy crap, did we just get a super chat? Who's that super chat from? Amadeus! Thank you very much, man, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Cat, I like Dracula X on Super Nintendo. It's not my favorite. It's not my top 5 for sure. But I do like, you know, there's actually very few Castlevania games I really genuinely dislike. I mean, even like Legends on the Game Boy, it's super mediocre, but I mean, I might still enjoy firing it up every now and then. That's definitely towards the bottom of my list. Alright, so Jonathan, if you're still watching, since we're playing the Japanese version, the tactics with Grant are going to be a little different from what you're used to, because in the Japanese version, he's got an unlimited projectile. And so, what we're going to be doing is actually just playing through with Grant. What I want to do is try to play through with just the characters, if at all possible. So, if you ever play with Grant, you can actually just, well, not even just with Grant, but if you go to this level, you can actually just fall down like I did. So it's actually, I really like the Clock Tower stage now. I used to avoid it because I felt like it was just like padding, but it's kind of fun to skip your way back down the, you know, the level. It's really cool. Yeah, as far as Castlevania games go, Lords of Shadow is probably up there with one of my least favorite. And it's not that I don't like Lords of Shadow, it's just I don't like it as a Castlevania game. It has very little in common with the classic series aside from the general theme. You know, you're fighting some monsters, it's dark, there's really cool gothic castles. Outside of that, it really has nothing to do with Castlevania. And it doesn't feel like Castlevania. You know, it's got a very symphonic, orchestral soundtrack, very film score-esque, and, you know, the Castlevania series has never been about that. I mean, Symphony of the Night's kind of the exception, and it had some tracks like that, but it also had banging rock tunes and so forth as well, which is what the series was kind of known for after a certain point. So yeah, Lords of Shadow would definitely be way towards the bottom of my list when it comes to Castlevania favorites. You know, what's funny is Lords of Shadow 2 is actually... It gets the Castlevania feel much better than the first one does. But then it, like, reverts you to the modern day, and you're doing, like, stealth missions, Metal Gear style, and you're fighting, like, armored dudes with guns, and you're just like, this isn't Castlevania. But when you're in the castle in Lords of Shadow 2, it actually feels a lot like Castlevania. So, like, they almost got it with that one. They almost got it. And then they just said, nope, let's just throw it all away. Throw it all away. I think I got about halfway through in Lords of Shadow 2, and I never went back to it afterwards. I just kind of put it down and was like, yeah, I'm done. I will go back to it. I need to do that sometime soon. But yeah, the PlayStation 2 Castlevanias are also kind of like, I'm a little lukewarm on now. Like, I enjoyed the first one, Lament of Innocence, back when it was brand new. I really liked it, you know, at the time of release, but that was 14 years ago. And I don't feel like it's aged that well. I think, like, the combat is, you know, it's just lots of square rooms and long, you know, rectangular hallways. The combat itself is fun, and I really like the soundtrack in that game. And the visuals are actually quite nice as well, you know, for a PS2 game. But the story's kind of crap. The characters you don't really care about. But I actually started playing that one a few months ago on stream. And, you know, I was having a little bit of fun with it, but I really don't think it's aged that well for, you know, a few of those reasons I mentioned. Alright, since we're playing as Grant, we're going to skip the Sypho route. We're going to take the bottom route. Let's see. There's a lot of chat activity going on right now, which is awesome. No problemo. Certainly beats Netflix. Right on. Well, if you guys enjoy watching me more than watching awesome shows on Netflix, like Better Call Saul Season 2 just came up this week, so I need to start watching that, then I'm humbled. I'm seriously humbled. Let's see, I'm trying to play and read the chat at the same time. Castlevania best played as a 2D platformer. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I wouldn't mind having, like, a really phenomenal 3D Castlevania game. Like, I'm not, you know, one of those people that's like, oh, the series just can't be 3D. You know, I'm not like that. I actually really like the Nintendo 64 games. They're kind of like the black sheep of the family, but I actually think they're really solid games in their own right. And when it comes to atmosphere and stuff like that, they definitely feel more like Castlevania than Lords of Shadow. So I actually really enjoy those games. I'm going to eventually do Let's Plays on those, but I need to sit down and really practice them. It's been about 2 years now since I ran through both of those Castlevanias, and I was going to do Let's Plays back then, but then I got caught up with other things. And I'm glad I waited, because I have a better capture setup now. So, you know, what I'm finding myself doing is, for those games I Let's Played with my old capture setup, I'm just going to re-record them. So, you know, by holding off, I was able to avoid that situation. Alright, boss time. So what we might be able to do is, you know, depending on how long we take this stream, I do want to beat the game with each character. But depending on how long we are into the stream, I might fire up the North American version too, just so some of you guys can see like the direct differences. Also, it's more challenging. So, let's see. Oh, did somebody mention not Harmony of Dissonance? That's actually one of my least favorite Castlevania games right there. In terms of the 2D ones, Harmony of Dissonance is up there with some of my least favorite. And that's, some people are gonna like probably like raise an eyebrow at that one, but I really did not care for that one at all. But it looks like somebody referenced Portrait of Ruin. Jonathan Charlotte. That's actually my, towards the bottom of my list when it comes to Metroidvanias as well. I'd still, you know, infinitely rather play that than Harmony of Dissonance, but in terms of the rest of the Metroidvanias, it is my least favorite. But some of the Metroidvanias are really, really damn good. Like, I mean, Dawn of Sorrow, Area of Sorrow, Order of Ecclesia is amazing. Obviously, Symphony of the Night is like the gold standard. And I still really like Circle of the Moon as well. You know, that one more so for its challenge and less so for, you know, the variety and exploration factor. That one hasn't aged as well in that regard, but it's got the challenge, which is nice. So... what do I think of Blood Omen 2? I remember just playing Blood Omen 2 for a few minutes back in the day and not really liking it. It just seemed kind of mediocre to me at the time. But, I mean, it's also been a long time, so maybe I just misjudged it. But a lot of people told me that Blood Omen 2 was just kind of average. It was no Blood Omen 1. I did play quite a bit of Blood Omen 1, and that was a really cool game. Castlevania 64? Yeah, I beat those games, Cat. I've finished those games many times. I owned both Castlevania and Legacy of Darkness back when they were relatively new. And yeah, no, I put a lot of time into those games. And then last year when I played them on stream, on Twitch, I finished both of them as well. So, the nitroglycerin part's not hard. It's not really hard at all, actually. You just gotta know exactly where to go. So... and use that analog stick. I know there's that part where you gotta walk along like the girders or whatever. And, you know, it just requires, you know, some finesse with that N64 analog. Yeah, I know exactly what part you're talking about. Let's see. Yeah, so Grant's not the ideal character to fight guys like Alucard with, but... it just takes a little bit longer. Alright. Hey, no problem, Cat. I'm glad you're enjoying the Grant playthrough. So we're going to skip Alucard for now because we've got Grant. So, but we are going to come back through this route again. I just want to make sure I don't accidentally select him. But Jonathan, to be fair, it's Angry Video Game Nerd. He's supposed to, you know, say everything's bad. So you don't want to use Angry Video Game Nerd as a good synopsis of a game and whether it's actually good or not. You know, that's not what his show is about. His show is about being over the top and making games look bad even when they're not. I mean, James Rolfe is even admitted to liking a lot of the games that he bashes. It's just a show. It's a character. It's a shtick. So... But there are lots of people out there that legitimately don't like the 64 Castlevanias, you know? So... We're just gonna go over here. Oh, I messed up. See, I actually didn't need to do that because with Grant, with Grant, you don't need to fall down on those platforms to try to get that extra life. Alright, let's try this again. Oh, come on! Now that was crap. I'll just go up the stairs next time. I really want to read chat, but... Just bear with me here, guys, if I'm not responding. Alright, so basically what you can do here is just like that with Grant. And you can do that in the North American one too, you know. He's not really special in that regard. Ah, this is a good spot to read chat. Let's see. Aladair Jirok. What's going on, man? How are you doing? Axiom Verge. I haven't played Axiom Verge yet. I know a lot of people seem to like that one. Isn't that out on Steam, but it's also coming to consoles on physical format? I need to do a Let's Play on Soul Reaver. I'm not sure if I need to do one, but it's something I could consider, but I've never gotten anywhere in Soul Reaver, so it's not a good candidate right now. And from what I understand, Soul Reaver is kind of a large game, but... Let's see... Blah, 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 blah. Bloodstained, yeah. I backed Bloodstained. I'm really looking forward to that one. They just put out another update, just recently. So I'm trying to figure out which path I want to take. Do I want to go... Which one would be more fun with Grant? I think the bottom route would be more fun with Grant, actually. You can actually skip a couple parts with him on this one. Stan Jr. on Atari Age loves the 64 ones. Yeah, I like Stan, man. It was cool to see him popping back into the forum. He used to be quite a regular back, you know, several years ago. You know, there's not enough people on the game forums that actually just like playing games and whining about the games. Like, he actually plays games, and it's great talking to people that actually like to play games. So here's one thing you can do with Grant. Just skip that section. Who needs to go down those stairs when you can just, you know, do what I just did? And if I really wanted to, I could just skip this guy completely. Alright, there we go. Bishop, we actually just talked about Lords of Shadow, and no, I'm not really a big fan of them as Castlevania games. I do like the first Lords of Shadow as a game. I don't like it as a Castlevania game. So I've actually completed Lords of Shadow, the first one, many times, but like I said, I'm just not a huge fan of it as a Castlevania game. It doesn't feel like a Castlevania game. Yeah, I love how fast Grant moves in this game. It's great. Thanks, Jonathan. Dude, I know you're not as experienced with the Castlevania games, so like trust me when I say like I don't blame you for having trouble with these games. I mean, even Castlevania III gave me a hell of a time back in the day when I was younger. So, you know, I'm not new to the difficulty factor. It's been a long time since I've had a lot of trouble with them. But there was blood, sweat, and tears playing these games back in the day. Trust me. Especially Part 3. I mean, Part 3 had way more spots where you could just completely get screwed over. You know, like for instance, this level, I used to have problems with this stage. You know, just trying to beat this boss fight. So, whoa there. Whoa. Also, if any of you guys have ever seen me on Twitch, you'll know that Castlevania is one of my most played franchises over there. So, if you want to see lots of Castlevania, definitely be sure to follow me over at Twitch. My link is always in the descriptions of all my videos and on my YouTube channel and whatnot. So, huh, that's interesting. I thought, huh. Can you actually hit him in the tail and have it count? I'm pretty sure in the North American version you have to hit him in the head. Pretty sure. So again, with Gran, you can just skip that whole section. And then skip this part. Just like that. Makes life a little bit less stressful. But unfortunately, I can't really take any hits. I think one hit will kill me at this point. Wow, we killed him. Awesome. So in this part, you can actually grab the orb and still drown and die and have to do the whole stage or whole section over again. Let's see. Come on, live chat. Every time I try to scroll up, the live chat just like refreshes and disappears. Bone Dragon was a bigger pain in Belmont's Revenge. Comp Genius! If you're out there in YouTube land, I just got your follow notification on Twitch. See ya, Explosive. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit. Hey, Talus! How are you doing today, man? So this level has one of the worst sections in the entire game. I don't mind it these days, but I avoided it like the plague when I was a kid. I could probably actually just get up there, yeah, just like that. Yeah, and this is one of the things I don't like about Grant in this version, is that a lot of times it's a lot harder to actually hit candles successfully. I like both styles of Grant. I do think the North American style is a little bit more challenging, and as such it's a little more rewarding to kill enemies, and, you know. Like in this one you can just sit back from a distance pretty much the entire time. Which you could do technically in a North American one, but you'd have to have a projectile. You know, like you'd have to pick up the dagger and you'd have to be using your hearts. So there's a little more skill involved, you know? I like things that require a certain degree of skill. If they don't have that, then, you know, I can lose interest. Doesn't keep my attention. So this part actually is a little bit easier with Grant, though, because you can jump up and grab the top ledge. You'll see what I mean once we get up top. This is time-consuming, but it's actually kind of a simple pattern to follow. You just have to be disciplined. That's what I was talking about earlier, that Castlevania discipline. But this is almost like... requires like a mind-numbing level of discipline. Because I don't know about you guys, but I get impatient at sections like this. I'm like, oh, please, hurry up. Bloodlines does not have tough boss fights, man. They might seem tough at first, but holy crap, you can just demolish those bosses so fast. So fast. If you guys want to see that, I've got a let's play and a long play of that game. You can see how fast I go through those bosses. And that was years ago. I'm pretty sure I can go through those bosses a lot faster now. Alright, so as the screen scrolls up, the pattern starts to change. And then you run the risk of falling down an endless pit. See, all I need to do, though, is reach that lower platform. And then once I can do that, I can just skip my way up. It's one of the nice things about playing as Grant on this section. When you have Alucard, you can also just fly up, which is nice. So... now we're going to wait for that other block to fall down. There it is. Oh, come on. Yeah, the reason I waited was for that reason, because you can actually still take damage from those blocks as you go up those stairs. Yeah, I mean, maybe what we'll do sometime is, I mean, I do want to re-record all of my Castlevania Let's Plays. So I'm not sure if I want to live stream all of them until I do that. Castlevania 3 is the exception because I've already done an HD Let's Play of it. You know, both the North American one and the, Actually, no, I don't think I've redone the North American one yet. I think I've only done a Let's Play of the Japanese version in HD through the AVS. But I think I want to re-record those Let's Plays before I do live streams on them, but... At least on YouTube, I mean. If you guys want to see them, I'll definitely do them sooner on Twitch, so... Hey, Mike! Mr. Mike Sherman, how are you doing, man? Thanks for tuning in. So in the North American version, this is one of the worst sections as well. If you're playing on the second loop in particular. I actually got stuck here on the second loop and just wasn't able to progress. Yeah, you guys can make fun of U.S. Grant all you want, but the fact is he attacks really fast, whereas this guy attacks really slow. So this Grant is not as useful when you're up close to enemies. North American Grant can be useful both ways because he can still get a dagger as a sub-weapon. So all this is just the dagger's sub-weapon. It's just infinite. You know, it fires at the exact same rate. Except you can't get a weapons multiplier on it. So you can't shoot it more than once. So whereas in the North American one, you could actually get the dagger pickup. You could have your close range attack, but also your long range attack at ×3. So there are benefits to the North American Grant. And like I said, he's just much better up close. I don't even need to duck. But there's also that whole skill thing I was talking about. US Grant is a lot more fun to play because you can't just do this. This is what I was talking about earlier. Like, the bosses in this version are so dumb compared to the North American one. I mean, the patterns aren't as difficult either. In the North American version, the mummies have a wavy pattern to their projectiles. In this one, they just shoot straight forward, so there's like very little risk. Also, the Cyclops here rushes forward in the North American one. Oh, how did I still get hit by that? That was garbage. Total garbage. There's some other tweaks made in the North American one that make boss fights more challenging. And I know to people that have problems with this game, they'll see like those changes as a bad thing. But for people that are more skilled, those changes are a great thing because it makes the game a lot more interesting. You know, requires more strategy and thought when you're, you know, fighting these bosses. But you know, your outlook on these changes is going to depend on how much of a hard time you have with this game. So these guys, they kind of like move around in like the same fashion as the Medusa heads do. And just like the Medusa heads, you just want to watch them, you know. When they're in your line of sight, that's when you want to attack. You know, they go up and down and up and down. It's pretty basic stuff, but a lot of people have trouble with those basic patterns. Let's grab that. Don't really need it. Let's see. Yeah, Sypha attacks really fast. Sypha is quite weak, but with the fast attack, I mean, you can pretty much take on any enemy head-to-head with her, which is nice. Yeah, the only character I don't really care for in this game is just Alucard. He's so slow with his attacking, and his projectiles are really weak. So, but kind of like Grant, because of his extra abilities, he can, you know, he can just fly over a lot of sections, which is pretty nice, I will admit. Alright, so one difference here is if you look on the far right-hand side of the screen, you'll notice that the raised platform has no flooring below it. So what that means is the Cyclops can't walk over there. You know, he pretty much gets stuck. And I want to say in the North American one, the left side might actually have a gap on this platform, so the Cyclops could theoretically walk over here as well. So what that forces you to do is to constantly jump over the Cyclops. So what he would do is, like, you couldn't just sit here in the North American one because he'd walk over and hit you. You'd have to jump over, basically, if that makes sense. Metal Fan, have I done a Let's Play of any of the Metroid games? I have not. If I can get some, you know, if I can get my Patreon support up over time, then I'd like to start tackling some Nintendo games again. You know, what keeps me from doing it right now is the copyright claims I get. And it's just not worth doing them. You know, I can basically do Let's Plays of other games that'll actually bring me in a couple bucks and, you know, support my channel. Whereas when I do Nintendo stuff, I don't really have that option, so it's just not worth doing them. But like I said, if I get the Patreon support up there, if I meet a certain goal there, I'll start doing stuff like Metroid. I want to do Zelda. I want to do Mario's again. And I really want to do the first Metroid in particular, you know? So I'd absolutely love to do Super Metroid as well. It's one of my, you know, favorite Super Nintendo games. Oh wow, we just actually, you know, funny enough, we just a Jonathan or a John Thompson. I don't know who you are out there in YouTube land, but we just got some more Patreon support from him. So I've got to give him a shout out. Thank you very much, good sir. So your name's gonna go in, you know, some Let's Plays and stuff like that. And watch out for your, you know, your Patreon box. I'm giving you guys videos a week early as they become available, and ad-free. Yeah, I actually used to do a lot of Nintendo stuff back in the day before, you know, the copyright stuff was an issue. And really before monetization was like a thing. But the reality is now, you know, I can post a Let's Play, make $3, $4, $5 on it, whatever. And that helps me, you know? Or I can do a Nintendo Let's Play and get nothing for it. And, you know, have to worry about copyright issues and whatnot. Which is not cool. That's never a cool thing to have to worry about. Because if one of these companies really doesn't want your content, they can give you takedown notices, which will give you a copyright strike, and 3 copyright strikes, and you're out. So, you know, my 800 something videos, you know, would be a thing of the past, and they'd be gone, and it would be a total waste of time. So, hey, see ya, Michael. What is the M version of Haunted Castle? I've never heard of that. I mean, I know what Haunted Castle is. I have finished that game before, but, I mean, is it just like a different variation on it, or... Well, John Thompson is out there. Hey! Okay. So thank you very much again, sir, for the Patreon contribution. There's a haunted castle where you die in 2 hits. Is actually called the M version? That's interesting. I mean, I've seen people speedrun that game. I can totally see it being doable. I mean, I could understand people getting through it without taking any damage, you know? If you know exactly what to do in that game, it's not nearly as hard as people make it out to be. It's just very patternistic. You got to learn the patterns and memorize them. You know, there was a time where I was able to roll through that game with like no trouble at all when I was practicing it regularly. So, you know, I hope to eventually do a Let's Play on that, actually. It's just, I've got so much I want to Let's Play. A lot of stuff just gets put on the back burner, like Haunted Castle. Plus, I need to fire up MAME for that one. There is actually a PlayStation 2 version in Japan released by Hamster. And it's a little wonky. I owned it a few years ago. It's got some glitches. But that's one way to play it. Maybe I can pick up another copy of that. Oh, John, no way, man. Right on. Well, it's great to see some of the Buffalo crew here, man. Yeah, for those of you guys that don't know, I do a weekly stream on the Buffalo Pinball Twitch channel. Wednesday mornings at 9 a.m. And so, John Thompson is actually related to that crew, which is awesome. Photographic memory? Probably not. I mean, it's a lot of repetition, man, to get it ingrained into your mind. It's not like it's not like I play these games once and then I have them, you know, demolished. But, you know, that's where practice comes in, repetition. It's almost like muscle memory for your mind. You know, practice makes perfect, as they say, right? You know, we're gonna go ahead and take this. Why not? Whoa! He wasn't supposed to do that. So one of the things with Grant is you can, you know, pick this guy off from a distance. Whoa, that was close. Oh, you ordered an AVS? Congrats, man. We're playing this on the AVS, actually. Yeah, congratulations. It's a good investment. It's a great system. Yeah, so this level is actually... This is probably actually my least favorite level in the game. For some odd reason, I don't really ever have a lot of fun playing the stage. I mean, it is a tough level, and that could be part of it, but... Yeah, the music's a little... Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. I don't know what it is about this level. It could just be the challenge, or the fact that, like, you have to play it every time, but... I mean, there's obviously stages in other platformers like this. You have to play them every time, but... But this one is kind of long, too. You know, it's not like Death Stage in the first Castlevania, where, like, you can really press forward pretty quickly. And it's got, like, one of the best tunes in the game. It's not the case with this level. Alright, so I want to get as many candles as I can. This level also has one of the worst bosses in the game. But there is an exploit, and if any of you guys have seen my Let's Play on the game, you already know what it is, but if you haven't, just watch and you'll see exactly what I do here. And I highly recommend using this exploit because this boss is a major pain. Unless you're using Sypha and you've got her like homing balls or whatever. So stopwatch is actually good for this part too. Not that it really matters. I mean, if you just follow those Medusa patterns, then you're fine. I'm actually trying something here. Okay, so what you can do, this is the trick, I'll show you. Attack, press select to switch characters. This is actually the first time I've switched characters. He's going to transform. Attack, then switch, and then just rinse and repeat. But supposedly some of these guys, like, apparently with Grant, if you just duck in front of him, sometimes he'll just constantly throw axes over your head, and he'll just sit there like an idiot, basically. But he wasn't doing it. I did try it. There we go. Alright, on to the final stage. Oh, cat's falling asleep. Alright, see ya, cat. Take care. I've never played Banjo before. I know there's a lot of people out there that like that game. Tony, yes, this one does have some slowdown, yep. This level. Alright, so what we're going to do up top is once we get to Dracula, we're going to do a little bit of grinding. Now, one of the nice things about the Japanese version is that the checkpoint is at Dracula's room. In the North American version, if you die, you have to do this whole section over again. Every time you die at Dracula. So... So we're going to go ahead and just grind out some hearts. This will make life easier. I mean, you get plenty of time. You might as well do it. Alright, yeah, we're probably gonna do it at least 2 more times. Okay, we should be fine. Oh, that's a problem. And that's it. We just beat the game for the first time. So, on subsequent playthroughs, we're going to be playing on the second loop. We're just going to keep it going until I beat it with each of the 3 main characters. Thank you, thank you. Grant Densetsu. David, I do not have any high scores. No, I don't really go for for high scores. I feel like if you want to have the best scores, you've got to play to the point where it's not any fun anymore. It's kind of how I look at speedrunning too. Like, you've got to play the game a certain way to the point where it's not any fun. And I really respect the guys that do high score competitions and speedrun. But to me, it's just not any fun. So I tried learning how to speedrun Ninja Gaiden, and I'm still working on it slowly, but it's really not any fun to me. Like, it's a lot of work, and for me, what's satisfying is just being able to, you know, beat some of these hard games for the first time. You know, so I'm more about like going from game to game and trying to complete games that I once thought were impossible when I was younger. You know, like Battletoads and Castlevania III Second Loop and you know, stuff like that. Trying to, you know, learn how to beat those games is more interesting to me, and then just playing them for fun. So. Yeah, yeah, Tony, I died actually, I think, more than 3 times. I think I died several times, actually. But it was a lot of really dumb, stupid mistakes. So, alright. So, on to loop number 2. Now, the good thing about this loop is that we get to skip the clock tower. Since we've already played it, and we've already played as Grant. Ninja Gaiden is actually a lot easier to speedrun than, you would think. You know, if you're really familiar with the game, the speedrun techniques make, you know, total, complete sense. So. But, I mean, it requires a lot of precision, though, and to put together a good run requires, like, perfection, and, you know, many repeated playthroughs. Yeah, the fun thing about doing the second loop in this game is that, for one, it's a little bit harder, but two, you get to play as the alternate characters on the earlier stages, which normally you just play as Trevor on your first time through, so. Hey, no worries, Major Havoc. We're just glad to have you, man. Oh man, I hope your surgery went well. Eric Newman, I've missed a lot of things. Intentionally. Oh look, I just missed... Oh no, I didn't miss the heart. I just landed on it by accident. Kevin Miller, it's okay, man. We've got a couple more runs coming, so. Well, if you'll live, Major Havoc, that's what matters, man. Grant? No, he's not overpowered. No, definitely not. You just have to play the long-range game with him. You know, his knife is still just as weak as it was before. You know, in the North American version. But yeah, Christopher Margot, welcome to the stream, by the way. It doesn't look any better, Kevin. It's the exact same game visually. Almost. There's a couple of sprite differences. But some of the sprite differences actually look more detailed in the North American version. Like the zombies on the first stage look better in the North American one. No, visually speaking, it's pretty much identical though. Sound-wise, yeah, it's got a extra sound chip in it, basically. Yeah, I'm going through the AVS right now, so if we play the North American version, it would look exactly the same, because we'd be playing on the same system. Alright. Blazing through these levels. Those, the hunchbacks or the flea men are actually different enemies in this game. Of course, I keep killing them before you can really see them. Alright, so we're going to take the Sypha route. And, to keep things from getting too repetitive, we'll just take Sypha's route this time. Which will take us to totally different stages. But then we'll go back, we'll play the Grant route again, but to get Alucard. And then we'll play the alternate stages that we didn't play on that first run with Alucard. Kevin, well, this one definitely sounds better than the North American version, because it has, like I said, it's got a different sound chip in it. It's what the Japanese version is really known for. It's also known for being a little bit easier, which some people will see as being a really good thing, because the North American one is quite challenging. But yeah, the sound chip in particular is the big reason to own this version of the game. And it's really awesome playing it with that sound chip. And I see the Cyclops in this one, and even on loop 2, is still dumb as a rock. Look at this. The US version, he would just charge right at you. You know, the US version forces you to constantly move, you know. You gotta have a dance with the boss fights, basically. You know, more strategy involved. Hey, wait a second. Can you not change characters on loop number 2? Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. I have no regrets. That's severely disappointing. I wanted to play on loop 2. That sucks really badly, actually. So we got to do those stages over again. That's how I'm feeling right now. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I assumed that it would let me switch characters, but it didn't. The Super Castlevania 4 blood thing, that's just, I don't know. People are like, oh, it's red blood, it's so cool. And it's like, you do know it looks kind of out of place with the rest of the game, right? Maybe if there was like more blood in the rest of the game, you know, I'd buy that argument that it's better because of the blood, but I don't think it's better because of the blood. I think actually the green acid suits the level more in the aesthetic of the rest of the game. So, I mean, it's almost kind of like, well, yeah, the differences in Super Castlevania IV are just, you know, completely visual, so neither version really has a major advantage over the other. I personally prefer how the North American version looks. For one, the you know, the acid on that the dungeon stage is green instead of being blood, and like I said, I feel like it fits the aesthetic of the rest of the game. Fits the overall visual theme better. It doesn't just, you know, come out of left field. But two, the text and HUD information has a different font in the North American one. There's a couple of minor, oy. Sorry, my mind's drawing a blank right now. It's just like having a major brain fart at the moment. There were things that were changed, censored in the North American one. Like, there's some crosses here and there, but they're like really, really subtle. Like, you don't even notice that they're not there because they're so subtle in the Japanese version. And then the statues on the dance level have boobies in the Japanese one, and they don't in the North American one. They're covered up. But it's like, you know, these little things don't really make one better than the other. So, yeah, so Tony, it's like, I mean, not being able to switch over to Sypho doesn't really make it harder. It's just that I wanted to play with Sypho on the second loop and not just play through the first loop again, because we are playing on the easier version of the game. So what I might do on the third loop is just switch over to the US version and play as a la carte that way, because I do want to play a second loop that's really difficult before the end of the stream. But again, we can skip the clock tower. So. Just skip those things. It's alright, we didn't lose too much time by having the reset. But yeah, I actually think it's it'll be interesting to just fire up the North American one too after this run, because you know, that way you guys can see how, like, the Cyclopses are more aggressive in the North American one. Things like that. What's everybody's favorite Castlevania? That's easy for me. Castlevania IV. That's definitely my favorite, for sure. But we were talking earlier, if I had to name a top 5, it would be like, aside from Castlevania IV, it would be almost impossible. Alright, let's try this again. And actually, guys, this is a good time for me to use the restroom. So let me take a quick, like, 2-minute break. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, Tony, I think a lot of people were. I mean, it's still a good game, but it's not up to the same level as the others in the series. I should really try to do like a synopsis on why I think it's one of the weaker entries in the series, like as a YouTube video or something. Oh yeah, sci-fi, that's right. I mean, I guess I kind of did in my Let's Play. I know I complained a lot during that Let's Play a couple of years ago. There's a lot of really poor like design choices that just make for kind of like a boring experience compared to some of the other Castlevanias. But then it's got like a massive difficulty spike on the last level with, you know, Dracula. It's just kind of a weird game. I mean, like I said, I do still like it. I actually still play relatively frequently on Twitch. It's actually kind of funny. It's actually probably one of my more streamed Castlevania games over on Twitch. Dracula X on Super Nintendo is definitely not too short. I mean, it's not really any shorter than like any of the NES ones, or Super Castlevania actually. I mean, it still takes you about, I think it still takes you about 40, 45, 50 minutes to get through, which that's about the length for the usual Castlevania game. Oh, this is a bad idea. Wow. So they gave me the ice power-up, which just nothing against Medusa. Pretty sure there's more than 7 stages. There's a hidden route, and there's also an alternate cave stage that you go to in order to get to that hidden route. So I'm pretty sure it was like 8. Maybe even technically 8.5 or 9. But, you know, 5, 6, 7 stages, it doesn't really matter. You know, if you're comparing the length, you're comparing time it takes to beat the game, not the amount of stages. But it definitely has a lot of different scenery you visit. You know, so even within the same stages, there's a lot of different things you do see. Yeah, for me, my big issue with Dracula X on Super Nintendo is just the kind of like the boring level design. It's a lot of just move right, attack, walk upstairs, move right, attack, walk upstairs, move right, attack. You know, it's like look at this. Like, I'm falling down on this single screen. There's a hidden block here. You know, there's platforming I'm having to do. In Dracula X on Super Nintendo, you know, there's a lot less of that. A lot less interesting stage design. Lots of very, very flat rooms with not a whole lot going on. Lots of repetitive enemy placement. Like the polearm guys are so frequent in that game. It's like, walk left, fight 2 polearms, walk upstairs, walk right, still in the same room, fight 2 more polearms. That's a lot of the level design in Dracula X on Super Nintendo. But, I mean, it does have some nice looking visuals. Not the best. I mean, it's lacking a lot of like background scrolling and stuff like that. A lot of backgrounds look very flat. The first stage is a good exception. It's got those nice graphical effects. Definitely looks nice. But the rest of the stages in the game have very little going on, visually speaking. the soundtrack kicks ass, though. Richter also feels kind of slow compared to Dracula X and the Duo. But... So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, like, objective... objective reasons to not enjoy it as much as other versions. I mean, it's clearly like a downgrade in certain regards. But I mean, it doesn't mean it's a bad game. It's just not, you know, up to the same level as some of the other games in the series. Oops. Dracula X Chronicles is cool. I mean, you can't really expect a whole lot out of the 2.5D on the PSP. Pretty much every game that was 2.5D on the PSP looked like Dracula X Chronicles. Like, not great, you know? But in revisioning the game for 3D, it was cool. I think it's cool. I think it's good. You should play it. You should go buy it. You should buy it before it goes up in price. Yeah, I know it's slowly going up. It used to be like a $10 game. Now it's like a $15 or $18 game or something like that, I think. You know, you get a somewhat reworked Symphony of the Night. You also get the Duo Dracula X in it. It's a win-win scenario. You can get component cables for your PSP and then play it on your TV. And if you're like me and you have an upscaler, you can make it full screen. It's got a lot of like extra hidden things that the Duo version didn't have, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Dracula X Chronicles did feel a little more stiff than the PC Engine version. You know, almost felt a little more like the Super Nintendo one in that regard. But, I mean, it still felt fine overall, you know. Especially, I mean, like, almost the stiff gameplay actually kind of, like, worked for how the visual style came off. Since it obviously didn't look nearly as clean as the old, you know, hand-drawn pixel style. Sony, you might be confusing the... I don't think the PSP can do RGB. I think it's component only. Well, it can do composite. But component is obviously how you want to hook it up to a TV. I don't think the PSP does RGB. I'll have to look into that if it does. That would be nice, actually. Hey, John Belmont. Yeah, the recovery time was much shorter in Dracula X. I mean, you get used to it. I mean, the idea is to not get hit. So, I mean, it really forces you to play better more than I think other versions do because of that. I mean, you can easily, like, lose half your health bar by, you know, getting juggled by enemies at the wrong time. So, I mean, the PSP might do RGB. I've never heard of it though. You might be, I mean, that's why I was saying you might be confusing it with the PlayStation and PlayStation 2 episode, where they talk about component through PlayStation consoles. Not component, RGB through PlayStation consoles. I watched that episode. Tony, no. I mean, like, there could be potentially custom connectors. I mean, you can't fit component cables into the original unit either. You had to get a you know, PSP AV cable. Oh, what? That should have destroyed those fireballs. The first one that popped up was new in box. Interesting, man. I'm going to assume you didn't buy the $800 version. But still, PSP through a component actually looks pretty good. You know, it's nice and sharp. I'm out of hearts. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into seeing if there is an RGB cable for the PSP. I mean, the PSP was released in Europe, so I mean, SCART is normal there, so it's actually quite possible there is one. And if there is, that would be amazing. Because then my PSP stuff will look even better through the FrameMeister. Probably not that much better, because component is still pretty good. Oops, I actually didn't want that, but... Major Havoc, that was probably a wise decision. Yeah, I want to eventually pick up all 3 NES games again on cartridge. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, he might, Tony. So, no, I definitely need to look into it. Yeah, I've watched most of the, if not all of the My Life in Gaming RGB videos, and I don't remember seeing one on the PSP, so... But I could have just missed it. Yeah, Tony, I know that. Thanks, man. What is that, cat? You've lost me on that one. You lost me good, cat. I have it on my flash card, Tony. Oh, God. Really, man? That's the second time they did that. Dude, they're seriously trying to troll you when you play Sypha in this version. Of course, I can't get back up. Man. Alright, we might switch over to Trevor. I'm not doing this boss fight with Sypha. No thanks. Not with the freeze power up. Screw that. It doesn't do anything to bosses, so... Tony, I have not done a Let's Play on it. I probably will eventually. Alright, see ya. Hey, Knight Rider, no problem, man. I always love playing Castlevania. It's one of my favorite franchises to play. Especially on stream and on YouTube. And I really shouldn't have jumped up here. That was a really dumb idea. Yeah. Alright, that's it. Yeah, so on the next playthrough, what we'll do is we'll switch over to the North American version to play as Alucard. So the game will be a little bit more challenging. And then if we beat it with Alucard, we might even attempt to do the second loop in the North American one, which is way harder than the Japanese version. Terminator on the NES right now. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I've heard mixed things on that game. Kirby on the NES, it's always a winner. Yeah, Kevin, the whip mechanics, it's one of my favorite aspects of Castlevania 4. I love being able to whip in every direction. Terminator on the NES is not a bad game. You like it for some reason. Interesting. I'm gonna stick with the fireball. Yeah, Jonathan, no, we're still here, man. Yeah, we're probably not going to be ending the stream until a decent ways after midnight. And that was dumb of me to do. Ooh, still dodged it, though. Yeah, because it seems like it takes about an hour for each playthrough. And then I still want to do the... second loop on the North American version. But yeah, Jonathan, if you're around, man, after I beat it again on the Japanese version, I'm going to switch over to the US version of the game and play as Alucard. So we're actually getting close to the end with Sypha already. He looks like he has a bandana because he does have a bandana. I mean, that's a good reason why it's there, right? It's there because it's actually there. Yeah, a lot of the earlier, vampire killers had bandanas. I mean, Richter had one as well in Dracula X. Hey, you took a Valium. Hey, it's all good, John. Hey, I appreciate you tuning in, though. I hope, you being able to watch some of this has given you, some other ideas on how to play the game. Because, like I said, I know you're still having trouble with the game. It's all good, Knight Rider. Don't worry about it. Ninja Gaiden 2 might be my favorite, says Dill Clinton. Ninja Gaiden 2 is a fantastic game. We'll probably have to do a stream sometime revolving around those games. Oops, crap. Fester's Quest. Yeah, that's one that's been requested of me to try to go through, and one of these days I'm going to try to do it. We'll see what happens. I've never gotten very far in that game. Some of the modded Castlevania games. Over on Twitch, yeah. Here on YouTube, I'm not sure because I'm not that familiar with them. You know, I've tried playing a couple of them, but they all just kind of felt like really cheap knockoffs to me. Like even the best ones, the quote-unquote best ones. I mean, one of these years... one of these days, probably years actually, I'll eventually try to go through them, particularly on Twitch. Ultima for the NES. Yeah, no thanks. No thanks, man. I will pass. Hey, kid! Dynamite, why don't you go run your own stream? Or turn up your own volume. Alright, final stage. Up the sound space question mark. Alright, when I'm streaming on YouTube, I try to refrain from being too much of an ass, so... Alright. There you go. How about that? How's everybody else doing? Yeah, so after this, like I said, we're going to do the North American version, which should be a little more interesting, maybe. It's always interesting to play through as Alucard. Hey, no problem, Major Havoc. Hey, thanks for hanging out, man. And I hope you're able to recover from your surgery well and quickly. Right on, Knight Rider. Just got home, wanting to wind down for the day. Yeah, so for anybody just tuning in, we're playing the Japanese version of Castlevania III. It's significantly easier. For instance, on this part, in the North American version, if you die at Dracula, you got to go through this whole section over again. But in the Japanese version, if you get a game over, you just respawn right here. Or if you die, you just respawn right there. But the Japanese version has a different sound chip utilized, and it sounds much beefier. And a lot of people like playing this version because of that. Hey, Jules. Jules, I'm still going to be here for a while, man, so, I mean, whether you tuned in now or 2 hours ago, I'm probably still going to be streaming for at least another 2 hours, so no worries, man. This is my last play of the Japanese version, though, so you did miss most of that. I'm going to be switching over to the North American version now. Alright, this might be a little tricky with Sypha because of these blue balls. They oftentimes have a mind of their own in this version of the game. Well, in the North American one too, actually. You're really at the mercy of these things. Come on. Get off the screen. I can't fire another one until it goes off screen. So... that was lucky. Yep, dead. Jonathan, that would actually be really cool to hear, and I'm sure somebody's already done it. There's probably a video out there. Alright, so worst case scenario here, we might switch over to Richter. Not Richter. Trevor. I guess technically Ralph, since we're on the Japanese version. Pretty sure his name's Ralph in the Japanese one. Yeah, I had a feeling somebody was bound to make a blue balls joke. I knew that, like, right as I said that. I was like, yeah... that's just leaving it open for some kind of joke. Oh, come on. Alright, come on. I've never seen that fire so close together. Great. We can't even take a single hit now. Hey, Dill Clinton, maybe you should focus on some good games for a change, you know. Life's too short to be focusing on or over-experiencing bad games. Play some good games. Play some Castlevania. Castlevania is always good. Ah, that was a dumb idea. That is true, Jonathan. Hey, Reality Studio, how are you doing tonight? Welcome to the stream. Nice, man, nice. Well, sounds like a good night for you. I could go for a burger and a Coke right now. I'm hungry again. Alright, that should be enough. Oh, come on, Drac. He's giving me some really bad patterns. Maybe you should, Kevin. And if you want to do some YouTube videos, yeah, start it up. Someday. Or right now. Do it while you're watching me stream. Alright, good deal. Circle of the Moon as being tough. Yeah, it is tough. It's definitely challenging. Alright, let me go find my US copy of this game. Ugh. Alright, see you, Kevin Miller. NES Addicts. We're not done yet, man. We're going to toss in the US version. We're going to run through that a couple times, too. Jeffrey, I am wearing a pair of blue jeans with some Nike shoes and a nice gray Super Nintendo themed shirt. I'm also rubbing myself very softly. Just for you, Jeff. Cypher looks hot, though. Oh, jeez. You guys. You guys. Yeah, so I don't know which one of you guys is this person, but it looks like we just got a Patreon pledge from a Brian Sproat. So thank you very much, Brian. Just a reminder, guys, that I did start Patreon earlier this week, so the link's in the description box below if any of you guys feel like supporting me through that. And I do have some perks over there for people that do support me over there. Even if you don't, I still appreciate you watching. So what we're going to do is we're going to cheat. Let's cheat. Cheating's fun, right, guys? Yeah, I actually got that email like an hour and a half ago. I meant to check it, but I figured it was just some other random notification. Tony, I think they actually just sent me a brand new AVS. Because they sent me a new box and everything. I didn't send the box back, so I have 2 AVS boxes now. Alright, let's see. Studying my Battletoads videos. Oh, right on. Yeah, if you need any tips on Battletoads, I should be able to help out. Hey, Wayne, what's up, dude? Dill Clinton, if you haven't played Castlevania, you should play Castlevania. It just might be awesome. Slightly. You beat Robomantis once. Just once? That's it? Yeah, you got some work to do then. You got some work to do. But Terror Tubes, for me, was the hardest stage in the game, and then the revolving tower at the end, I forgot what it was called, the Queen's Tower, was one of the hardest as well. Play Battletoads tonight? Oh, jeez. I mean, I could play Battletoads tonight. I don't... well... I mean, I guess I could. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel if you guys are still around. But we're going to be playing Castlevania 3 probably 2 more times. We're going to go do a run with Alucard, and then after that, we're going to attempt loop number 2. I like the way you think, Wayne. But yeah, man, NES addict. If you practice Battletoads, you'll get it, man. I had to practice it like crazy. It took me several weeks of practice on Twitch to be able to finally get it down and get it. But it'll be worth it, man, and it'll become easier and easier the more you play it. For an easier time, make sure you try to play through the whole game each time so you can earn those extra lives. That helps a ton. So here's what I was talking about. In the Japanese version, you can't do this. See? Bam, demolished. You know, so when people say, like, the North American version is not as good as the Japanese one, there are certain things in this one that are better than the Japanese one that people don't talk about. Jules, not tonight, no. Just remember, I've done Let's Plays on those games, so if you guys want to see them, they're on my channel. I've got a Castlevania Let's Play Marathon playlist on my main channel with something like 13 Castlevania videos, or something like that. And then I have more Castlevania videos, too. And I'll most likely stream those games eventually, but not tonight. Like, if I do other Castlevania games, I'm going to get multiple copyright claims on this video. And I'm not looking to deal with multiple claims from Konami tonight. I was willing to take on one copyright claim tonight, but I'm not taking on multiples. I'll get multiples if I do multiple Konami games in one video. So... Oh, Jonathan, no, it's all good, man. I basically just said the same thing, man. You could speak for me all you want, man, if you're telling people about my videos. Yeah, that was an old... That was actually... that was my first Let's Play, too. I think that was my first one. Yeah, my Makai Miura. Either that or Batman and Robin was my first one. I'm pretty sure the Ghouls and Ghosts one was. Those guys actually take an extra hit in this version. I'm pretty sure they just take 4 hits with this in the Japanese one. 1, 2. 1, 2. And I'm pretty sure they would have been dead in the Japanese one. Whoa, 6! They take 6 hits. Super Bukake 4. RCA Studio 2. Alright, so we're going to take the bottom route again, because we have to get Alucard. So you unfortunately cannot get Alucard by taking the top path. So Jonathan, if you haven't figured it out yet, if you get a weapon like the cross, don't feel bad just spamming it and then moving across the screen. Basically what happens is, you know, as enemies appear, and the cross a lot of times will just be right on top of the spawning enemy and just kill them instantly. So, that's one of the great things about the cross. You know, it goes for the first Castlevania as well. It goes for Super Castlevania 4 as well. Especially Super Castlevania 4. Just keep that momentum going. Alright, so I actually don't need the holy water because we're going to be fighting a bat on this level. I don't need that either, but I always like to get it anyway. Also remember that comboing enemies gives you score bonus multipliers, so you do get extra lives in this game. It's every, I think it's 20,000 points in your first one, and then... Yep, 20,000 on the first one. I think it's 70 on the second one. And so the more you combo enemies, the faster you're going to get to those extra lives as well. I normally don't focus on extra lives in Castlevania, but in Castlevania 3 it's good because, you know, you can get punished for having to continue a stage. You know, the checkpoints can be pretty bad in this version. So for these bats, you want to just take them out while they're still just, like, perched. Ooh, you just came out of nowhere. Play Dr. Chaos. I have played Dr. Chaos, Wayne. I do want to finish that game someday. I actually played it on Twitch. When did I play it on Twitch? You might have been there when I played it on Twitch, Wayne, not too long ago. It's obviously sometime after I got the AVS. Jules has seen all my Castlevania Let's Plays. That is awesome. And trust me guys, there's definitely going to be more Castlevania Let's Plays to come. Some of them re-record, some of them Castlevanias I still haven't Let's Played yet. Dill, I'm not really sure what you're trying to do here, man. I like the Virtual Boy. But you're kind of like borderline trolling now with all your bad game comments. I know you're probably trying to be funny, but... I like the Virtual Boy. I owned one multiple times, and I enjoy a good portion of the library. So, I mean, there's some comments like that I can just, like, throw right back in your face. Strap him down, force him to play Virtual Boy. Haha, that'll learn him. And I'll be, like, having a hell of a time. I'll be enjoying myself. Like, please strap me down and let me play Virtual Boy. You want to give me a Virtual Boy? I want another Virtual Boy. I can't justify the price right now, though. Have I ever considered doing a Let's Play of Shadowrun for the SNES or Sega? No. I'm not really too familiar with Shadowrun. So definitely not on the cards right now, or in the cards. Wait, who's leaving? Is Jonathan leaving or is Jules leaving? Or are both of you leaving? Oh, see you, Jonathan. I'll talk to you on Atari Age, man. I let you know, like I said, I hope that you watching my stream has helped you out at least a little bit. So, I know you still refer to a lot of my older Castlevania videos, but I'm actually better at them now than I was when I recorded those videos years ago. Yeah, the Virtual Boy could definitely be uncomfortable. That's a legitimate complaint. I personally never had too much of an issue with it. That's not to say I've never gotten cramps or something, but no, it's definitely a legit observation for sure. The red and black's definitely going to be a turnoff. Again, I've never had like eye problems with it or headaches or anything, and so you know I've been able to enjoy the games pretty well. I really love you know, Wario Land on it, Red Alarm, Tellero Boxer, Galactic Pinball. You know, really good games actually. So. Oh, Jules is staying. Awesome, man. Yeah, what I really want to do is, my main desktop can't handle it, but I want to see if my laptop out here can handle Virtual Boy emulation. And if it can, I want to do Let's Plays of Virtual Boy games. That would be really cool. The only issue is, like, how do you control them? Because the Virtual Boy games are kind of designed around that dual D-pad setup. And it'll be really hard to replicate on, you know, even just like a modern game controller. Because you'd think you could use, you know, like the right A, B, X, Y buttons on a like the 360 controller to simulate the right D-pad. That's fine, but what are you going to do for the A and B button on the controller? And then the start and select on the other side? I mean, you can map them to triggers, but then there's two triggers on the Virtual Boy. It's just, yeah. Can we... I was gonna say, can we switch to the holy water? Nah, it's okay. Triple cross is fine with me. Crap, I always do that whenever I play this game. I always get the dagger there, and I don't mean to. Hey, Ronnie! How's the old Ronnie doing tonight? Did you watch the Leftover Culture Jaguar video? A couple of us mentioned you in it. I assume you did. I didn't see a response, though, from you. Alright, so we're gonna... Oh, yeah, that's right. I meant to switch over to Alucard. Oops. Not paying attention. Alright, so we'll switch over to Alucard. This is actually a bad stage to switch to him as because of this boss fight, but we'll try to make do. We'll see what happens. You did see that. Awesome, man. Hey, your favorite Jaguar game, gotta mention. No. Using the PlayStation controller won't do the Virtual Boy justice. Like I said, that right D-pad is really important, and but also the A and B buttons are really important too. So that's the big issue, is the A and B buttons mostly. Yeah, we're gonna be switching them back over to Trevor because Alucard really sucks for this guy. Yeah. Yeah, it was actually funny, man, that you mentioned that, because I was like, he's like, yeah, Wolfenstein 3D is just one of those games I sold. I was like, what? That's like one of the best games on the system. But I mean, not everybody's into like those old first-person shooters, so I get that. But to me, it's just like, that's the one of the reasons to have a Jaguar is Wolfenstein 3D. Yeah, I'm there with you, Ronnie. I like the system a lot, but I'm definitely not a fanboy or anything like that. This is just a little bit easier. Oh, I took a hit. I took a second hit. Soon be your apartments. Are you moving out with some people, Ronnie, or are you moving out by yourself? If you're moving out with other people, I hope those people are a lot cooler than your last set of roommates. Oh, that's right, we're trying to play as Alucard. I keep forgetting. Having Alucard will actually make levels like this a little bit easier because you can just, you know, turn into your bat. It uses up your hearts, but, you know, if like you get knocked over and it looks like you're going to fall into a pit, you can turn into your bat. So it makes levels like these with instant death pits a little bit more manageable. And what I actually meant to do is just skip through this whole section completely, because you can, because it's Alucard. Right on, Ronnie. Well, hopefully it works out for you, man. Best of luck there. You still waiting to hear back from the old USPS? Oh, that was close. That was really close. Yeah, Alucard is my least favorite character to play as in this game because his attack is so slow. He's also bigger. It's easier to run into enemies. His attack is slow and weak. Kind of like the worst combination, basically. The whole bat thing is fun, but that's really the only reason I still like to play as him. If he didn't have his bat form, there would be absolutely no reason to play as Alucard. Other than to say that you're playing as Alucard. Yeah, I remember you telling me about the ABC thing. Yeah, he's way stronger in Symphony of the Night, for sure. Alright, this will be interesting. So Ronnie, you mod your Xbox just to play a PC game that's better play with a keyboard and mouse. You sound like me, man. I think the first thing I did when I modded my Xbox was play Doom. Are there any Metroidvania-type non-linear action-adventure games, 32-bit and earlier, that you would recommend outside of obvious franchises? Jeff, unfortunately, not really, because I haven't played too many of them. I mean, the Metroids, obviously. The Castlevanias that weren't linear, obviously. Wonder Boy 3 on Master System, The Dragon's Trap. Oh, I'm trying to think of other games. It's not a subgenre I played a lot of. East 3, Wanderers from East. Yeah, if I think of anything else off the top of my head, Jeff, I'll let you know. But like I said, I haven't played a ton of that subgenre, and I wish I have, because they are fun. Yeah, if anybody out there can chime in to Jeff's question, that would be awesome. I mean, I guess you could consider games like, well, if you don't mind like different styles, like top-down instead of, you know, side-scrolling in particular. You know, stuff like the original Blood Omen kind of falls into the same category. Soul Reaver, stuff like that. But they're not side-scrolling, obviously, so... Oh, Rambo on the NES, yeah. Dude, I love the main backing theme in Rambo. That's one of my favorite NES tunes. Like, no joke. So memorable. Yeah, see, I never was able to beat Rambo, though. I did make it a decent way through the game, but I was never able to finish it back in the day. Alright, so we got plenty of hearts here. Basically, what we can do is just fly our way up. But I need to be careful and make sure the upper platform is visible, because if I get hit in my bat form, I turn back to human form. And I think I'm forced to fall to my death if I take a hit while I'm a bat. It's one of the risks you face when you go to bat form. Oh yeah, Legacy of the Wizard, Faxanadu. Yeah, Faxanadu's... I love that game. I need to do a Let's Play of that. I really need to. So the pattern has changed, unfortunately. Actually, it's not too bad. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and just risk it. Oops. Gonna wait for those 2 blocks. We're gonna wait again. Yeah, I've been trying to avoid like the top-down ones that are like more Zelda-inspired. Like 3D Dot Game Heroes is more Zelda than Metroidvania. But, I mean, they definitely share similar, you know, design philosophies. You know, you've got to go one place and then find an item that'll help you out at another place. You know, it's the same kind of gameplay concept. But some people prefer it side-scrolling versus, you know, top-down. Never even heard of... Yeah, what is Tritorn? Tritorn 2? What is that? What system is that on? Soul of Darkness for the DSi eShop. I've never heard of that either. Oh god, Super Pitfall. Yeah, no, that's not... No, let's not even go there. It's non-linear, but Metroidvania is kind of stretchy, Nate. I think when we think Metroidvania, we're also thinking, like, leveling up. We're thinking about, you know... Super Pitfall is kind of simplistic. Oh, God. Playing as Alucard is actually kind of awful. Because you can't even attack when you're on stairs. He's the only character that can't attack when he's on stairs. So what do? You skip the stairs. Alucard don't like stairs. You know, for being like the badass vampire he's supposed to be, he's quite a pansy in the North American version of this game. Yeah, we might end up switching over to Trevor on this part too. Mylon's Secret Castle. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I mean, a lot of those recommendations, I don't know if I'd call them Metroidvanias. But they obviously have non-linear elements and so forth, and so... You know, if you just want non-linear stuff in your side-scrolling platformer, then they're definitely ones to check out. Yeah, so I was right. In the North American one, even the left-hand side is open, so enemies can walk through it. And you can see how the mummies, their things, like, fly up and down. So it's a little bit harder to avoid them. Oh, man, what a pain. And there goes the Cyclops. See how he just flies across the screen? I'm not going to waste my hearts on this guy. Oh crap, I might have to. That's one of the only advantages of Alucard, is you can hit the Cyclops from just a standing position like that. Ooh! That's actually good to know. So basically what happened is I turned into my bat form and I was invincible. Did it again. Oh, so Tritorn is for those old Japanese computers. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I had no idea. Wow, we did it on our first try with Alucard. I don't think I've really tried beating any of these bosses with Alucard before. I always just switch over to Trevor. Yep, Popful Mail. Clash of Demon Head. Wow. Yeah, personally, like, when I think Metroidvania, I think, like, experience points and stuff like that. I always just classified games and, like... And when I think Metroidvania, I also specifically think, like, that Metroid influence. You know. For, and then anything that, like, wasn't directly influenced by, like, I don't know, Super Metroid, specifically, I would always just call, like, action RPG or something like that. I don't know. Whoa, that was close. Probably not, Cat. I think I have links disabled by default, so... Yeah, I wouldn't even try it. Hey, there's Paladin Ryan. How are you doing tonight, Ryan? We might actually end up playing some Battletoads if NES Addict sticks around. But we've got to finish this loop and then try to tackle the second loop as well. Oh man, second loop's gonna be a little problematic because apparently we can't switch characters on the second loop. Or, I mean, we can't we can't swap Alucard out for like Sypha or Grant. Oh, nice! You actually do a little bit of video editing too. That's cool. Having pizza and salad. Nice. I wish I made some pizza tonight, but unfortunately, I did not get pizza. My budget's a little tight right now. Did make up a little bit of spaghetti. But, I'm getting hungry again, and I don't have pizza ready like I normally do. Well, the nice thing about Alucard is that, he can't pick up any... Whoa! Okay, never mind. I was going to say, he can't pick up any sub-weapons. Aside from a stopwatch, apparently. So you can actually, like, just bank all the hearts to turn into your bat when you need to. Oh, come on. Yeah, Tony, I mean, DiGiorno is usually my go-to for, you know, store-bought frozen pizza, but my grocery store also has some pretty good, like, store-brand stuff that they sort of package and put it out by the deli. And, I like that a lot, too. I got that last week, actually. Yeah, DiGiorno's pretty good. I like it a lot. I mean, you pay like $6, you get a pretty good pizza. Especially if you cook it right on the rack. If you put it on a pan, it always comes out kind of hard. But, yeah, cook it right on the rack. It's actually pretty good. Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned mid-90s, Jeff. I was actually wondering recently when DiGiorno actually came around, because I don't remember them from the 90s. I didn't start getting them till like the mid-2000s. Here we go. The pizza from my grocery store, it's Giant Food. And they're owned by some bigger chain now. I forgot who they're called. But yeah, it's good though. But as far as DiGiorno, like everybody's got DiGiorno. Now I'm not sure what it's like, you know, in other parts of the country, but in my area, it's like everybody carries DiGiorno. Yeah, they still make Tombstone. French bread pizza. That's pretty tasty. Great, that's right. Alucard can't shoot on stairs. He's got something against it. I don't know what, but you know, they really needed to give Alucard some kind of charge function, because this is just ridiculous. Whew, it was close. Anytime now, Bone Pillar. Anytime now. There you go. Wow. Alucard, you are awful in this game. I don't think I've really ever tried going through stages like these with Alucard. This is gonna take forever, too. You're pretty much like right on the money with Little Caesars, Jeff. I had it a year or two ago as well, and I was like, wow, this is kind of crap. I mean, it was cheap, so I mean, it was still food, but yeah, I always heard that they were pretty good back in the day. But when I had them recently, no. Yeah, exactly, Ryan. It's pretty much just, you know, turn into the bat to skip section. That's pretty much what Alucard's good for, and that's about it. And it feels like it's about the only way you can get through some parts with him. You know, the not being able to attack on the stairs, that's the problematic part. Everything else, like, it wouldn't be as bad if you could at least shoot while you're on stairs, but nope. I can't shoot on stairs. It's against my religion. Little Caesars was taken over by another company. That's got to be why they're not any good anymore. I mean, like, you know, I would still, honestly, I don't know. I'd still order Little Caesars if I was, like, super broke. You know, just because it is food. If I was desperate, I'd eat it. But, you know, if they were bought out by somebody else and, like, the recipes were changed, then that could make sense. I always heard they were great pizza back in the day. You know, everybody I talked to, you know, that had Little Caesars liked it. So I don't know if it was really any different way back in the early 90s versus now. I never actually had them back in the day. I always wanted to, but I wasn't able to. They had their advertisements on TV all the time. Alright, so this will be interesting. Mankind ill needs stairs like you. Little seizures. Oh, this is gonna take all night. Oh, that's messed up, man. Oh, this is gonna be tricky. It's a good thing I used that cheat code. We're gonna need it. I don't even know if the code is in the Japanese one. I've tried Help Me in the Japanese one, but it doesn't do anything. Maybe it's like a different phrase or something like that. Wow. The greatest level ever. No, this is not Loop 2. What? He was in the middle of transforming to Alucard. What happened? I thought that would work. I'm actually a little sad that I picked Alucard on this run, because when we do try to tackle Loop 2, it's going to be really, really hard with Alucard. I'd say Castlevania birds are second to Ninja Gaiden birds. Crap, we're gonna get hit. Nope. Suck it. I don't ever say that. I don't say that often, but oh, I hate that boss, man. It's tougher with Alucard because you can't. I don't know. His attack is so useless that well, it makes it hard. Harder than it already is. It's already a hard fight if you try to beat it normally. Alright, we're gonna try to keep the cross. Hey man, you had to mention the birds, so I had to bring up Ninja Gaiden. At least in Castlevania, the birds don't respawn infinitely. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have too much trouble at Dracula himself. I don't usually have problems. I mean, especially in this version, because you can pick up the axe every time, and it just makes life so much easier. And one thing I like is they changed that to an extra life in this version. That is just a heart in the Japanese one. Ah, whatever, I'll just damage boost. Take the invincibility frames and just run through the guy. The Captain N cartoon. Wow. That brings back some memories. Yeah, they made him a real dunce in that cartoon. Wow. I mean, he was annoying even when I was a kid. It was still cool seeing a Simon Belmont in a cartoon because I had played a lot of Castlevania, and in particular Castlevania II. There's a lot of Castlevania II references. It does, Tony. It's a little bit larger and it blinks in this one. And it's a lot longer too, so it's harder to dodge. Oh yeah, Kid Icarus was pretty awful in that show too. Yeah, Alucard's huge in this game. Alright guys, I'm gonna step away real quick while the rest of the ending plays out. Always a good time for a bathroom break. Thank you very much for playing. You're welcome very much for playing. Alright, so the second loop in this, the North American version, is an absolute nightmare, and you guys will see why shortly. Not even before the end of this level. There's one very specific reason that makes it really, really difficult. John, I don't know if anybody has different characteristics in terms of defense and things like that. Like, I'm pretty sure everybody takes the same amount of damage in this game. Especially by the time you get towards the end of the game. Like, pretty much every enemy does, you know, it's like 4 or 5 hit points. Maybe there's a difference earlier on in the game, but, I mean, towards the end of the game, it's like everybody just gets wrecked. Like I'm going to on this part. So these are the replacements of the Medusa heads, and these are not in the Japanese version. And they're very unpredictable. So if you thought Medusa heads were bad, you haven't seen anything. We're we want to skip that. That's an axe. Just want to stay alive. Oh yeah, man. The North American version is, yeah, they added some stuff. Something that people don't, some people don't know about. Because I think a lot of people, when they play a game like Castlevania, they beat it once, you know, they're like, oh, they see the ending, but they don't continue playing. And if you continue playing, you get basically the hard mode of the game. And the game's already hard to begin with, so it's like the expert mode, or the pro mode, whatever you want to call it. And the North American one, it's even harder than the Japanese one on the second loop. Because those bouncing skulls are not in the Japanese version. Whoa! Man, that dude's got some reach. The clock tower is definitely not worth it on the second loop. Those skull heads are just all over the place. So at least we get a break from them for at least a little while. Well, never mind. I spoke too soon. Forgot they're on this section too. Look at him. Oops. Crap, I messed that up. Ugh. And these dudes are really fast now too. Now, can we get a break from them? I think we can. Alright, see ya, Tony. Yeah, will do, Tony. It's gonna turn into a Battletoads fest after this, apparently. Assuming NES Addict is still there. I don't think that lighting is in the Japanese version. I don't remember it. Or is it? And I just... It might be. I'm gonna have to refer back to my past broadcast. Are you helping your bro out, or are you telling him to figure it out on his own? Yeah, Mega Man X actually isn't too bad. It's not really until the, you know, the Sigma stages that some of the bosses get pretty tricky. Just beat the Snake Pit? Nice. Yeah, exactly, Paladin Ryan. That's one of the cool things about the first Mega Man X in particular. There's so many different ways to go through that game. It's awesome. Yeah, the spider boss in Mega Man X can be a pain. And then that car-looking boss can be a pain. And then for some people, the boss where the walls come in can also be a pain, for sure. Veiny Cyclops. Yep, just like the Japanese version, you can't change out characters on the second loop. Like, I should have been able to switch over to Sypho there, but this game doesn't let you. That stopwatch would actually be really useful right now. Oh, we're having a great time, Banana Girl. Well, was having a great time until these skulls showed up. See, I should have acted faster there because I could have switched over to Alucard and saved myself. The ice works best on the spider in Mega Man X. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, so we're gonna use this stopwatch. Jeff, if I'm streaming it on YouTube, chances are it's a game I'm already familiar with. So, like, you know, Castlevania 3, I just pick up and play. I don't practice it at all. I don't practice for my YouTube live streams, but I do try to play games that I already know, because if you watch me just, you know, do the same thing over and over again, it'll probably get boring. You know, in terms of, like, dying at certain parts or something like that. Now, for Let's Plays, when I do my Let's Play videos, yeah, I have to practice for those. And it depends on the game, too. You know, like a recent one was the Adventure Island games, and Adventure Island 2 on the NES, I had to clock like 10 or 15 hours into that sucker to be able to beat it for the first time. And then I had to run through it again to make sure I could do it again. I think I ended up running through it 3 times once I beat it for the first time. So videos like that, yeah, I sit and practice the games. And it varies from game to game. There are some games I finished on my first try, and I just do a Let's Play immediately afterwards. You know, that's actually the case with the fighting games I did, or I am doing. You guys haven't seen them yet, but I've recorded them all, and they're uploaded to YouTube. They're just, you know, I publish my Let's Plays once a week now, so... But those were easy. I practiced them last week, like an hour a piece, and then did a Let's Play on each one. So... But I was also already familiar with those games, too, so that made it easier. But for live streams, no, I don't practice. And especially on Twitch, I just fire up random games. I actually use Twitch as a practice bed. you know, I basically will practice games on Twitch while I stream there. That way I can sort of kill two birds with one stone, you know. It's so I'm not just sitting around practicing games by myself. I can stream out to people, they can find entertainment in it, and then I can still use that knowledge of those games for YouTube Let's Plays. So... yeah, Let's Plays are not complex videos, but if you want to play these old school games, you have to put time in to be able to do the playthroughs. It's not like I buy a $60 game and then I do a 30-part Let's Play on my first playthrough. Like, no, like I sit around and I practice these games. You know, I make sure I can try to get through them to the best of my ability. You know, there's some I know I'm not going to beat, like Iron Sword, you know, but I still covered most of the game in that Let's Play. I mean, hell, I got to the final bosses and almost beat them. So, like, you know, that's good enough for me. And I think it's good enough for a lot of people. They don't get to see the ending, but they get to see the trials and tribulations I have to go through to get to that point. The chat on any stream, Jeff, can be distracting, really. But I mean, it comes with the territory, and you know, the reason you stream is for the interaction. Like, you want people to be chatting. Streaming is the most boring when there is no chat activity, and that happens. It usually happens when I play modern games. When I play retro games, there's usually constant chat. I mean, people don't come to me to watch modern stuff, but occasionally I do want to stream some modern stuff. Like, I've been streaming Zelda for the Wii U. Breath of the Wild, I mean. And the chat activity and view counts are pretty low when I stream that game. It definitely breaks your attention, for sure, but... I mean, kind of like I've been doing today, you know, sometimes I'll just not look at chat until I've gone through a whole stage, or I'm at a part where I can just stop and not move. Or I'll just pause the game when I'm on Twitch, and I'll just look at the chat and respond. So... yeah, nope, John. I mean, maybe for bigger channels, my Twitch channel... I have a decent following, but none of them follow me for modern stuff, basically. So none of them tune in when I'm doing modern stuff. You know, it happened for Doom 2016. It happened for, you know, Breath of the Wild and some other modern stuff I've streamed. But do you think, like, with Breath of the Wild, you'd actually get some new people into the stream? But that didn't really happen. I think I got a few new followers, which was pretty cool. But for the most part, yeah, no, not a whole lot of activity over there. Yeah, by the way, is the stream okay for everybody? Ryan said that the stream restarted for him. Seems like the YouTube player is a little wonky for some people. Oh, I thought I had that. Should have just ducked it. Stream was a little greenish. Okay, that's weird. That could have been a capture card issue, or it could have been my AVS. I'm actually on the stock firmware right now on the AVS because my AVS's power port broke, and so I had to send it in the retro USB. I just got another one back this week from them, and so it came with the original firmware again, so it could just be a firmware issue. When I first got an AVS, I had to update the firmware. because the games wouldn't have sound. I'm not having that problem right now, but there could still be other issues that haven't been worked out with the original firmware. Hey, Meat Pill. Yeah, so this is going to be tough to get through without having, like, Sypha. Or even Grant. Like, if I had Grant, I could have just skipped over that whole section and got to the boss with full health. Oh, why did I do that? Why? See, this is where the 10 life cheat code comes in handy. When you're playing through the second loop. Like, I don't ever need it on the first loop, but this second loop is a pain. Remember that, if you continue in this game, you gotta go all the way back to the beginning of the stage. You know what I can do? I'm Batman. I was just like, you know, I was just talking about walking over that with Grant. I could just fly over it with Alucard. Nice. Good deal, good deal. Knight Rider says Medusa in Castlevania 1 used to scare me as a child. Medusa used to scare me as a child too, in the first Castlevania. Jules, there is a guy that's similar in the Atlantis Factor, yeah. Oh man, I suck at the Atlantis Factor. I am absolutely terrible at it. That's one of those games I want to eventually practice on Twitch and, you know, try to learn how to beat that game. But both G.I. Joe games are really challenging games, so let's not get that, actually. I'm going to need my dagger for this upcoming part. And actually what I could do is switch over to Alucard and just fly my way up. Oh yeah, these guys are upgraded in this version. They're not in the Japanese one. That stopwatch would actually be really good to have. I probably should have picked it up, actually. That would make this next section a lot easier. Alright, I'm gonna skip that extra life. It's just not worth the trouble. That Robomantis. Juggle him with your headbutt, man. That's what you gotta do. You can hit him again, like as he falls down after you've already hit him once. So try to get like multiple hits before he falls down to the ground. Oops. Yeah, you'll get it, man. Like I said, it's practice. That's all it is. Practice and timing. You'll definitely get it. It took me a while to be able to get the hang of those things in Battletoads. Like, it's... Oh, come on. I should have just flew up with Alucard, just like I said. Try it again. I should have switched over there. You can still switch over in midair, even if you take a hit. Alright, dead again. Yeah, and so that vertical section is why the stopwatch would have been good to have. Ah, crap. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and just take the hit. Now if we can get past this part... Oh, jeez, I always forget that guy's there. He's only there in the second loop. Ah! Time to have what a horrible time to have a heart attack. Yeah, that was dumb. I should have just walked up. We're making progress each time, though, when we only have one life left. Try some Dracula X. Dracula X. Alright, just go straight up. No stairs. Alucard's worst nightmare, apparently. Come on, bird. I've killed harder birds than you. Yep, I thought there was another axe armor here.
Dracula's probably had to deal with some STDs. Wow. You guys are crazy, man. This is some interesting conversation. Oh, that's not cool, Alucard. See, Grant can go up and over. I think I told you guys Alucard's a pansy. Oh, no, not down. Oh. Never duck on that platform because the game wants you to go down the stairs. And that's exactly what happened. Even though it's got 2 blocks, if you duck on the far right block, you shouldn't be able to go down the stairs, but the game still thinks that you're trying to go down the stairs. And that's exactly what happened. I actually had that too. Oh shit, I forgot there's 3 projectiles. Wow, I did it again. Alright, we're just going to... No, I'll tough it out. I'll try to tough it out. We'll see what happens here. We're on our last life, so if we die, we have to go back to the beginning. No! Ah, I would have been fine if I just pressed select. I think part of my issue right now is I'm hungry. Like, I'm really, really hungry now. For some reason, that pasta never, like, really, really fills me up. Crap, I think I just left my lunch bag at work. I just now realized that. I'm thinking about, like, what can I eat? I was like, I'm gonna eat a granola bar. My last granola bar. And it's in my bag at lunch. At work. My lunch bag at work. I don't normally forget that on the way home from work. You can do it! Finally. Knight Rider, no. Never really played much of the Strike games back in the day, so don't have any plans at the moment. Oh! I had that too. I had that. Not happening again. Got it. Whew. Ugh. Yeah, I think it's actually hard to have the Sypha Thunderball magic at that boss fight. It comes pretty early on in the level, I believe. They drop a lot of the ice power up on that level, which is for holy water. Robomantis is rocking you. Yeah, you don't want to rush too much. I mean, you need to rush when you attack him, obviously. But you also need to duck his projectiles. You need to duck his machine gun. If you don't do that, then you're gonna get wrecked. That's probably the biggest thing against Robomantis, is ducking his machine gun shot. Yeah, once we get through this, we'll fire at Battletoads and I'll show you. Oops. Oh, that was close. That's the tightest jump in the game right there. Definitely a butt-clenching moment. Oh, come on. We're gonna stick it out with the holy water. Yeah, so this boss right here, something I didn't really point out, is he has more detail on his character sprite. He's like more colors on him, so he actually looks better in this version than he does in the Japanese one. His projectiles, he also shoots out 3 projectiles, and they actually look like good projectiles, you know? They're unique. Ugh. Oh yeah, and these guys, these aren't in the Japanese version either. The the return of the zombie ghosts or whatever from the first game, except they take 2 hits, they give you no points. Looks like they give you combo points, but they don't give you normal points. That demon reminds you of ghosts and goblins. I actually didn't want the axe. Ooh, that was close. That's okay, though. Axe is useful for guys that are above you, like that. They did, Paladin Ryan. Castlevania Legends on the Game Boy. And then Order of Ecclesia on DS. By the way, that's an awesome game. And I actually didn't want this weapon. There we go. I wanted the holy water for this fight. Boosh. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. Crap! Crap. Legends, yeah, it kind of sucks. Yeah, I agree. But Order of Ecclesia is excellent. Very, very good game. There we go. That's good enough for me. Well, I mean, to be fair, Paladin Ryan, the Saturn version came after the PS1 version, so, you know, it was something they added into the game. It's not like they took it out of the game for the PS1 version. Really, though, those characters in Symphony of the Night are just super tacked on, so I mean, even Richter himself, it's really not that much fun to play as in Symphony. Because you still have to get to the end of the castle, but you're not really, like, there's no upgrades or anything. If they put upgrades in for Richter, it wouldn't be that bad. I don't even think, like, the health refills, or the health extends actually extend your health with Richter in that. I think they just refill your health and that's it. So I really wish those characters were a little more fleshed out. Even just a little bit. Like, if there was, like, some tiny upgrades that made them feel more powerful at the end, I think it would be worth playing through those modes. But, you know, Richter and Maria, it's just one of those things, like, you play through it once and you're like, okay, I've done it. Now I'm just going to play through Alucard for the rest of my life. Yeah, this part's actually going to be a major pain. I probably should have picked up that axe. Yeah, so this vertical section's actually not as hard as the Red Tower one. Maria does not have upgrades, no. Her animal powers are all there by default. It's all like quarter circle forward motions, half circle forward, things like that. Nope, they're all there right out of the gate. No upgrades for Maria. Jules, man. Oh, game over for you. We're almost towards the end of the game, NES Addict. We might even finish it. I wasn't expecting to beat loop number 2, but you know, as long as I get through this section, I have a health refill, and then we're at a checkpoint, and then I think we're pretty much good. It sounds like Godzilla footsteps. Ha ha ha. You can't catch me, Ghost. Yeah, what's gonna be more awful is this upcoming part. Because look! Look who's back! Ah, crap, 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 crap. As if the game couldn't troll you anymore. I don't care. Actually, I do kind of care because I do need to cross, but whatever. We'll try it without it. Oh, this is going to be a problem too. Yeah, NES Addict, the problem is it's actually a little bit harder to do with Alucard. I've had him, like, open up his cape, switch to Trevor, and then the projectiles still come out and hit me and I die. So it looks like it might still come out. Nope. Okay, so we're in business right now. Last time we got here, we just fought him normally, which actually worked out too, but you basically had to just tank the hits. Yep, see, just like that. See, you did it again. I'm switching too early. Oh, come on, man. Hey, look at this. You just keep mashing select. Alright, birds, come on. Thank you. God, look at him go up and down. Those things are just insane. That was close. Yes! Yeah, so for anybody just tuning in, we're on the second loop of Castlevania 3, and it's insanely difficult. They add in extra enemies that are really unpredictable. There's more enemies, enemies do more damage. And it doesn't help that I'm teamed up with Alucard, who's almost the most useless, well, he's the most useless character in the game. So, I mean, aside from his bat form, he has no useful offensive ability. Yeah, Knight Rider, I'm not sure, man. Actually, it's not only the first Castlevania. Castlevania X68000 has it as well. You can find treasures that way. I mean, granted, it is a remake of the original Castlevania, basically. Oh, I only have 3 hearts. That sucks. I was gonna say I could just fly over this part. The 68,000 version? It's great, man. Very, very difficult, but it's good, yeah. Oh! That should have worked. It was not popular because it didn't come out in North America. The 68,000 I don't even think was released over here. So... it did come out as Castlevania Chronicles on PS1 though, and it did... I mean, it was a late release on the PS1. It was like 2001. And it was a budget release too when it came out. I bought it the day it came out. That was a good day. Yeah, amongst the, you know, the more skilled Castlevania players, a lot of them like 68,000 the most, because it's one of the hardest ones in the series. Apparently, its second loop is insanely difficult. That was close. Little too close for comfort. Yeah, everything at this point in the game does insane amounts of damage. It's like everything does max damage, basically. Oh, I thought... Oh, he's not... He's too close. You can't just clear him with a regular jump. You're gonna take a hit. I just realized that. Yeah, so everything does 4 hits of damage right now. For some reason I thought the max was 5 hits, but apparently it's only 4. Only 4? Hey, Zach! How you doing, man? You didn't change your name to Chalmers on YouTube? But how you doing, dude? Ah, crap. Just gonna start over. Good, man. Good to hear you're doing well. Arcade perfect version of Alien Syndrome was on the 68,000. I didn't know that, Wayne. See, now I want the 68,000 even more. Ooh, close. We're just gonna tank. Bam. Yeah, actually, I've been streaming for about 4.5 hours now. Dope. Yeah, this is gonna be a problem. Ah, so close. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do this without taking damage. No way. Thanks, I am Weasel. Actually, this is a bad idea, too. That's okay, as long as I can get to the end with Alucard. I can just grind out with Trevor. Brains, blood, and drooling blood. That's all I want in an in-boss. Oh yeah, 68,000 versions, definitely pricey, for sure. I mean, it only came out in Japan, it's not that common, and it's a part of a franchise that a lot of people... A lot of enthusiasts like, I should say. And so the enthusiasts are willing to pay that price. I mean, if my financial Oh, scheisse. Why did I do that? If my financial situation was... If I was more affluent, I would definitely buy a copy for the going rate. I was gonna pick it up when I had a near full Castlevania collection boxed and complete. And that was one of the last ones I really needed to pick up. And I never did. And then I eventually sold the whole collection. Yeah, it's gone up in price. Back when, about 3 years ago when I was looking at it, it was like 150. But yeah, 260 sounds about right. It's crazy, isn't it? But like I said, you can get it on PS1. Some people say the 68,000 version is better, because I think they say the PS1 version was reprogrammed. And so there's some aspects that don't feel quite right. But I mean, I think only people that are super familiar with the actual computer version will notice those differences. The 68,000 is nicer than an Amiga. The games run really well. It uses a lot of the same hardware that some of the arcade games from back in the day used. Like Capcom's CPS hardware, for instance. So Final Fight, Ghouls and Ghosts. Amazing conversions on the 68,000. Woohoo, look at that. Look at that. Shoot, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, 68,000 was nice hardware. There's a reason they're pretty expensive. I mean, again, the enthusiasts really like the 68,000. I'd love to have one. That's on my to-get list eventually. It's a little bit difficult without an axe. Yes! Second loop with the worst character in the game. That's actually only the second time I've ever beaten the second loop on Castlevania III. So... Yeah, NES Addict, that's my usual strategy. But I picked up the dagger by accident, and I was like, oh crap, how am I gonna do this? There's nothing different on the third loop, Jules, unfortunately. That would be something, wouldn't it? John Thompson, thank you. Knight Rider, thank you. Alright, so that's 4 completions of Castlevania 3 tonight. I think I'm good with playing a different game now. I mean, I actually wouldn't mind going through it again, but I know NES Addict wants to see some Battletoads, and Ryan said he'd be okay with Battletoads as well. NES Addict needs some help on Battletoads. Copyright claim! Now, granted, I did have the 10 life code in there, so I don't feel as good about this achievement as I did my original one, because I wasn't using the extra life code. Wow, Dark Souls gets that much harder? Oh, jeez. I don't even want to know how crazy that gets. Ryan, it will. It will get copyright claims, most certainly, but, I don't plan on doing any Konami videos in a couple of months, or for the next couple of months, so I figured I would just get this claimed and then counter it like I usually do with Konami. And, I don't like to have more than one video sitting in counterclaim status at a time, because if they do come back and you know, and counter my counterclaim, then I get a copyright strike, and that's the bad thing. If you get 3 copyright strikes, you're out. Bye bye YouTube channel. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I mean, Konami stuff I can at least counterclaim and get the rights back to it, but Nintendo stuff, it's like, nope, you play by our game or you don't play at all. So that's why, you know, if I can meet a certain goal on Patreon, then I'll forego monetization on Nintendo videos, and I'll just take the copyright claims, and then I'll start Let's Playing Zelda and Metroid and stuff like that, which I want to. I want to Let's Play those games, especially Zelda 2. But all right, I'm gonna let this sit here for a minute, guys. I need to go. I need to get some food, man. I am starving. It's been like almost 6 hours since I ate. And what I ate, you know, doesn't usually fill me up anyway, so... fair use, yeah. I do it as fair use, but I also say stuff like, you know, blah blah blah, doing such and such thing has no effect on... I don't remember what I say. I have something that I just copy and paste in, but... No, I actually think Konami doesn't even respond to their copyright claims. Basically, you put in the claim, the counterclaim, it sits for 30 days, and then it gets released immediately. So it's like, I don't think Konami's really... I don't even think Konami really, you know, looks at the stuff, honestly. So, alright, see ya, John Gaines. Yeah, so what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to put the... I'm going to put the away message up. Actually, no. I'm just going to leave the... yeah, I'm going to put the away message up. Alright guys, so I'm going to take about a 10-minute break. I'm gonna get some food. If I'm gonna keep going, I need to get some food. And I'm gonna fire up Battletoads here, and I'm just gonna let Battletoads play out. And so don't go anywhere. And I'll just have some Battletoads music playing in the background. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right, everybody. Hey, thanks, Zach. Yeah, Ryan, yeah, with these, like, single game streams, I wanted to try to keep them a little bit shorter, you know, whereas with my console-focused streams, I would go for, like, 8 or 10 hours every time, or longer. But I figured, like, you know, shorter game streams would be a little more focused, and, it'd be better for people watching after the fact as well. Right on, NES Addict. No, I'm on the East Coast as well, so... Well, I'll give you the choice then. Do you want me to go straight through, or do you want me to just use warps to get to the parts that you have trouble with? Yeah, I work the overnight shift, so this is normal for me. I have to be up all night anyway, so... Well, the nice thing, Ryan, is that if I cut my YouTube streams a little bit short, I can go stream on Twitch and practice Let's Plays or something. Otherwise, like a 10-hour plus YouTube stream takes up my entire night. The very last wall on the Inferno. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah. Well, I'll just play straight through, because I could definitely use those extra lives. I don't play Battletoads all the time anymore like I used to, so... Every time I try to go through it, it's kind of like a crapshoot, so we'll see what happens. But... I'm filled up on some tasty food, and so we'll see what happens. Yeah, after playing like 5 hours of Castlevania, I definitely need to warm up on this game. It's like I've been dealing with like some of the most like precise, reliable controls on an NES game, and going to a game that has some of the least precise, floaty controls on an NES game. It's quite the difference, actually. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. I can't even remember the last time I died there. Oh, I missed both. Miss the extra life. I'm not the best bird juggler in this game. You really need to be able to juggle them well if you want to build up a ton of extra lives. Yeah, no problem, Addict. You know, as long as you guys are watching, you're enjoying it, and if you find use in it, then that's awesome. And I totally understand where you're coming from, too, with Battletoads. Like, I had the exact same struggle when I was trying to beat it for the first time. I had to go watch, like, speedrunner videos and watch people stream and rack their brains while I was watching. The kick like ram. You just press B when you get really close to the enemies, like the fly traps. Yeah, me too. You remember when you thought the turbo tunnel was hard? That was a long time ago. Ah, nostalgia. Remember when Castlevania III was hard? Ah, nostalgia. Actually, the second loop will always be hard in Castlevania 3. Yeah, one of the things about this game is that it's actually kind of hard to play it upscaled like this, as close to the TV as I am. Like, I'm sitting like 2 feet in front of the TV. I've got like a 47-inch HD TV. So normally when I play AVS, I sit farther back on the couch. Something like Castlevania is more manageable because it's a lot slower. So I can sit up close and not feel weird or feel like I'm at a disadvantage. Because the stuff scrolls by really quick and it's really hard to actually see it for me. Oops. Oh, the NES version's way better. Yeah, the Sega Genesis version sucks, actually. It looks like it could be better at first when you first play it, but all the physics feel super weird in it. Some of the parts that had more randomization have been made more like static, like the mine area on the surfing level. The graphics are more colorful, but it's lacking like some extra details. The sound effects are kind of garbage in the Genesis version. There's a lot of extra glitches that makes it harder to actually beat the game. Like, you can clip through the jump springs on the final stage and die. Which you can't do in the NES one. There's a whole lot of little mini details. I talked about it in my long play of the Sega Genesis version. I did a long play of that. Actually, I think it was a Let's Play I did. Or was it a long play? I don't remember. I think it was a live Let's Play, actually. Yeah, I don't really recommend playing the Sega Genesis version. I mean, it's kind of neat, but after you've played the NES version a lot, you really realize that, you know, despite the upgraded colors and stuff like that, the Genesis version is not the one to play. So many tricks like that that are either impossible to do in the Genesis version or really hard to do. Whoops. Alright, we'll just skip him, I guess. Oh, the Adventure Island 2 Game Boy. Thanks, man. Like, I barely got any comments on that video. I even got a bunch of thumbs downs on it for some odd reason. I was like, man, either people on my channel are either getting really bored of the Let's Plays, or I don't know what's going on, but maybe they're just Adventure Island out, you know. But I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Thanks for the feedback. Yeah, the headbutt is awesome in this game, man. What I was supposed to do is headbutt the ice block into here. It's something I watch the speedrunners do, and it's, you know, you can learn a lot from speedrunners, and it's not hard to replicate some of the tricks they use, you know? Like right there, I can, actually no, that's not the part. I have to do a baby jump there. There's another part where you can just headbutt over a jump. Normally the jump is pretty tough. Ooh, lucky. Yeah, over the next coming months, Zach, I'll end up doing Adventure Island 3 on the NES. I was actually going to do that. I went to go record it, actually, and then my AVS broke. Right as I like, the USB port snapped off when I went to try to do that Let's Play. So after I post, like, my fighting game Let's Plays for this upcoming month, and then a couple of Jaguar Let's Plays, because I'm selling my Jaguar flash card, so I gotta pump out a few Let's Plays to make that investment worth it. I'm gonna revisit some NES stuff. I definitely want to get back to Adventure Island 3 and do that. Because if I do that, then I'm pretty much done with, that's the one right there, NES Addict. You just do that, you do the headbutt over that jump. The timing's weird on it, though. You can get stuck on the ice. But yeah, that's the plan, Zach. And then I'll definitely get back to doing some more NES stuff. Whoops. Alright, so NES Addict, I don't know if you know about this trick here, but you just wait for these to go away and then just come back down instead of taking the top path. Ooh. Okay, so you do that already. That's good. That's good. Yeah, it makes that part so much easier. I've tried doing the baby jump so many times, and I get hit by the spikes or I fall down the hole, and it's not worth it. Yeah, so like the whirlpools in the Genesis version are just like super slow. It's just there's some parts that are like really aggressive in the NES version, and they're just like rinky-dink, like in the Genesis port of the game. You know what's really interesting is the Genesis version was actually done by Arc System Works. They're the guys that did Guilty Gear, and then Blaze Blue and stuff like that. So it's interesting that they ported some stuff to the Mega Drive. Yeah, if you lose your stick, this guy's actually quite a pain. But if you can keep the stick, then you just do that. Oh, that's twice I missed it. So in this part right here, the mines on the Genesis version are in the same order every time. It goes like top, middle, bottom, top, middle, bottom. But in this one, it's randomized. It's like complete RNG. Bam! Got it! I love it when I do that. I missed the super jump off of the surfboards. Just like you can do the super jump off the screen on the Turbo Tunnel bikes, you can do it on the surfboards too. You basically have to dash into them and then jump on the right frame, and you'll fly off the screen as long as you keep holding A. It's just really fun to do. Battletoads has a lot of like goofy stuff you can do, like you can headbutt in these guys and then punch your way up. Yep. Yeah, they should remind you of Cobra Triangle. It was made by the same company. Same developers. That's a hard game, man. I hope to be able to finish that sometime and let's play that. Yeah, NES Addict. Battletoads is going to be one of your favorite games once you like start to learn the tricks and like demolish it. Oh, there's I got to do the Toad slide too. Oh, what? What? I have never had that happen in this version. That happens all the time in the Genesis one, by the way. Another reason why that one is super frustrating. Like, NES Battletoads is actually fairly polished. You know, you can get through the game consistently if you know what you're doing. The Genesis version, it's got a lot of glitches, a lot of like poor like platform programming, whatever you want to call it. You'll fall off a platform before the edge even, like, before you even touch the edge. But in this one, you don't have as many of those issues. So the Genesis version is really unpolished. I know I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but I mean, I know it is something that people are curious about. Zach, I have played a little bit of Time Lord. I've gotten a couple levels in, and that's it. But that's another one I hope to eventually try to tackle. I definitely want to do more Let's Plays of rare games. Cobra Triangle's on the list. Time Lord I'd like to do. Battletoads and Double Dragon is another. Yeah, Cobra Triangle's another. Wizards and Warriors 3 I'd like to try to play, see what that'll take to finish it. Snake Rattle and Roll. Yeah, once you get the patterns down on the fire zone here, you'll ace it like every time you go through it. I do, Wayne. It feels so much better having my system back. I felt lonely without it this last month. Yeah, Wayne knows how much I've streamed this thing over the last, 6 months. Yeah, so for the final wall, you need to hug the front of the screen. Otherwise, for me, it's pretty much been impossible to get past it. They say you can get past it without hugging the screen, the front of the screen, but you'll see. We're not too far away. Oops! Ugh! I got super lucky there. Wow. I did, Zach, but they sent me a shipping label. They just emailed me a shipping label. I printed it out, so I didn't have to pay for shipping or anything. I just went and got a flat rate priority mail box, slapped the label on it, and just sent it back. Oops. Yeah, this part right here is just pure memorization. So whenever I get back here, after I haven't played it for a while, it always screws with me for a couple of lives. Alright, so this one, it's best to just go like this. And on the final one, you want to move backwards before it appears. Just like that. Alright, so this is your stage in NES Addict. Zach is like, what? Yeah, for a long time this was the toughest level for me because it was my breaking point. It's where I would stop. I'd get stuck, I mean. We don't need no stinking extra life. Yeah, well, I mean, the whole game is a learning process, so... So something to keep in mind, if you have the stick, you can destroy these fans. Ow! Oh! Or get killed by them. But if you can keep the stick all the way through, it does make life easier. Yeah, so in the Genesis version of the game, as you scroll that screen up, you'll almost guaranteed run into that that spray, like before it's even on screen. It's really, there's a lot of little like unpolished areas like that. All right, Robo-Mantis is coming up, or Robo-Mantis. Oh, come on. Just gonna play it safe. Alright. Headbutt the sucker. Duck. Headbutt him again. Duck. Headbutt him again. Headbutt him again. Oh, I didn't headbutt. And if you take a hit, it's guaranteed death, basically. Bam! There you go. So you can lose a few lives, but I mean, that's why you build up some lives before getting there. The game that gave Austin rage phase in 2015. Yep. Ronnie knows all about the rage, man. Yeah, I guess it was 2015. Man. It was in that first year of streaming. This should have been a cartoon. I thought they had plans for a Battletoads cartoon. Oops. Alright, so we have one more chance for another extra life from points. Every 10,000 points, or sorry, 100,000 points, you get an extra life. Alright, so these like little bomb-looking guys, just get up to them, just smack them into the ceiling. You know, take your time with them. Just duck under their projectiles. You can be like a Jesus toad and walk on water in this one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh no. Uh-oh, no. Oh yeah. Alright, so this part right here is just sheer memorization. So this is trial and error all the way. And you just have to memorize it. That's pretty much it. And then you can do a headbutt hop over that. Style over substance. The headbutt hop is not necessary, but I just like to do it anyway. These eels, just get close to them, then just punch them. It's probably best to just take them out if you can. This part is the weird part right here. This actually I got stuck at quite a bit. So you can't actually jump over this if you jump from the top like this. You have to like hold A, go up, and just keep holding A, and your toad will hop over. So like that. That's how you get over it. I got stuck at that. Oh, I lost so many lives in that part. There's another guy up here. Headbutt. And this part is really... This is all trial and error down here. There's also an extra life up here, but I oftentimes just skip it. Bam. I take the checkpoint instead of, you know, going for the extra life. Now one of the tricks here is to just punch in the water. If you punch in the water like this, you don't have to worry about floating up and down and timing it right. Punching underwater will just like lock you into place basically. And that's the idea. So yeah, as you can see with like all those spikes, it's just complete trial and error. It's memorization. That's one of the toughest parts, not just about this game, but this level in particular. See, look, more spikes. Just punch. Hey, Joe Shorts, how you doing? Those guys will kill you instantly, too. The ducks of death. Alright, so that guy you generally would just want to try to punch away if he comes near you. Because he will actually kind of troll you and push you into the spikes and you'll die instantly. I do a little bit of a zigzag motion there. And then come over here. Bam, just like that. Alright, and it's just back and forth right here. You can actually hug the wall and kick the shark. I've done it a couple times, but it's not worth the risk. Blessed be the Battletoads. Ugh. Oh, the rat race. I always forget about this level. Well, at least it's not the rat race in Battle Maniacs. That rat race sucks. So the rat race, if you ever get here, just headbutt them like that. And this, like the rest of the game's memorization. Pretty much every new level in Battletoads I got to was a new roadblock for me that I had to practice and practice. There is a way to hit them and punch them off screen at the end, and by doing that you'll just skip the level completely, but it's insanely difficult to do. I could only do it using save states over and over. Oops. Joe, I did post it on Twitch, yeah. I'm not even sure if anybody, like, checks status updates on Twitch, or if it's, like... I don't even know how to check status updates on Twitch without actually going to someone's profile, but... I mean, if you guys are seeing the notifications, then I'm glad. You know, Thursday nights are my YouTube streaming nights now. Unless I end early, then I'll go stream on Twitch afterwards, but... looks like I'm stuck on YouTube for the rest of the night, because I've already gone half the night, so I'm just going to stay here. Alright, so this part I always have to headbutt the rat. Bam, just like that. Trust me, you'll want to know this when you get here for the first time. It's apparently possible to just outrun the rat without doing that, but I haven't been able to. It's not worth the risk. Oops. Oops. Hey, Wayne. Gameplay and talk. Nintendo and chill. Alright, so this guy, you want to just headbutt him at the end. Bam, just like that. I have to refigure out a lot of these patterns every time I play the game, because I don't play it every other day like I used to. You know, people actually got sick, I think, of me playing this game after I beat it for the first time, because then I would play it like every stream. Hey, no problem, NES addicts. Dude, thanks for hanging out, man. And, yeah, every Thursday, you guys, I'll be here, so... And, good luck on trying to finish the game, man. Alright. Final level. Now, this is always a level I get stuck at because, like I said, I don't play this as frequently as I used to, so we'll see what happens. That was close. Alright, checkpoint. crap! Ooh, that sucks. I totally mistimed that. Oh, checkpoints. Castlevania, the Lost Levels. Yeah, how's it going, Encrypted Printer? Yeah, we actually ran through Castlevania 3 4 times. We did the Japanese version twice, once with Grant, once with Sypha, and then we did the North American version twice, once with Alucard, and then one last time mostly with Trevor and Alucard on the second loop. Then somebody requested that I play Battletoads, and I was like, well, I've already streamed a long time, so I might as well just stay here and keep streaming on YouTube. They wanted some tips on Battletoads because they're trying to beat it for the first time. And here we are now, almost at the end of the game. Yes! Alright, we're done. Finito. Let's do the toad slide, guys. Not sure what I'm going to do after this game. I'm at a loss. I have no idea. What's another hard game I could play that's not going to get a copyright claim? You know, they really could have made this last boss a major pain by letting you fall off the edges. Fortunately, you can't do that. John Thompson, just the originals, yeah. Those are the best controllers, in my opinion. I mean, the same would go for, like, the Genesis and Saturn as well. Or even PS1. I mean, a lot of first-party controllers on a lot of systems are the best ones to use, in my opinion. NES in particular. Absolutely. Super Nintendo, absolutely. Adventure Island. Which one? No, I can't do Star Wars. That'll be another copyright claim on its own. So... Remember when I did Star Wars 32X on stream? I got a copyright claim for the Star Wars music. Hey, Morbid. No River City Ransom. I'm not very good at that. I want to save that one for when I'm familiar with it, and then, I want to do a Let's Play on it. I think Ryan's sick of Adventure Island. No, I'm not going to do Contra, Ryan, because that's going to be a separate copyright claim. Then I'll have to counter 2 Konami claims in the same video, so... Hey, Deadly Gaming! Any Adventure Island or Dr. Chaos? Wayne, I'll do Dr. Chaos sometime when I want to dedicate more time to it and actually finish the game. But trust me, Ryan, if this was Twitch, I'd fire Contra right up, man. I love playing through Contra. Everybody in my Twitch stream knows that. They've seen me play through Contra and Super Contra many, many, many times. Bad Dudes? Nah. Nah. G.I. Joe? Nah. Oh, what are some NES games I've done Let's Plays on that I could do right now? Wayne, same with me, man. I never finished Dr. Chaos either. We could always play Castlevania 3 again. No more Konami games, because I'm already going to get a copyright claim on Castlevania 3. And if I do another Konami game, I'll get a second claim on the same video. And I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, Russian Attack is Konami, so I don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. Ninja Gaiden, I could do. I could do Ninja Gaiden. You guys want to see Ninja Gaiden? I mean, I'm sure Wayne and Deadly Gaming don't want to see Ninja Gaiden. But I mean, Ninja Gaiden will take like 15 minutes. Okay, how about Ninja Gaiden, and then no, not up for Ninja Gaiden 3 right now. I actually played that more I think I played that like right before my AVS broke. John Thompson, are you getting a Super Nintendo for, Have you never, like, played much on Super Nintendo? Or are you just, like, collecting it for the first time? No Gargoyles Quest 2. That's something I want to practice on Twitch and do a Let's Play, so... It's the AVS Welcome Home stream, so it's no big deal with Ninja Gaiden, says Wayne. This is gonna be such a misleading stream. 5 hours of Castlevania and then 5 hours of whatever else. I'm just trying to think of what other games I can play. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden's good, and then maybe something Adventure Island. That sounds like a plan for me. I like that. I like that idea. Alright. Sorry guys, I had to step away to use the restroom again. I've been pounding down these Diet Cokes. Would the Ultramade games fit under Konami? Yes they would. I mean, because Ultra was Konami, so they're all registered, yeah. I mean, the licensed stuff I can get away with, like Monster in My Pocket and Ninja Turtles. But the true Konami-owned stuff, no. Yeah, I might have to do the AVS update because I'm having sound issues. We might do that too. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me power off the system, do an AVS update. We're still on the main firmware. It seems like the sound will take a while to come in, but it's not coming in at all for Ninja Gaiden, so... Alright. All right, guys. So this is the AVS scoreboard software, and so what I need to do is console details. Yeah, AVS version 1.0, and so we already did that. And so now we need to go to the Retro USB website. Yeah, Zach, you should probably do that. Let's do one more window capture so I can show you the website. There we go. So there's the AVS website. You can just go down, click on AVS, and click on the main AVS console. Wow, sale 170. What a steal, man. It's a pre-order. I'm really glad I got another unit. I mean, these are all pre-order. So they must have sold out of their last batch. A casual look at updating hardware. Man, I haven't done a casual look at video in a long time. I thought about revisiting it, but the last one I did a couple years ago, like, nobody watched it. And I was like, I guess the series is dead. It was dumb anyway. Alright, so you go down the bottom, firmware update. Now, I'm not... What version is my scoreboard software? Scoreboard 1.11. So I could technically update the scoreboard software. I don't think I really need to. I probably should eventually, but we're just going to download the firmware 1.10. Gonna drag that to the desktop. And that should be good enough. And now we're going to go back to the... I closed out the scoreboard for some reason. Oops. Here we go. Alright, so now we're going to upgrade firmware. Go to desktop. There we go. Your box came scratched. Interesting. But yeah, Zach, if you're not having any problems with your AVS in terms of like sound issues and whatnot, then you don't really need to update it, but you do get some extra options. Like you have more palette options you can choose from, which is cool. We might even try to experiment with that. But the main reason I need to update is because of the sound issue. We weren't having any sound on Ninja Gaiden. And we had that problem at the beginning of Castlevania and Battletoads, but it came in after about 10 seconds. So I just left it and dealt with it. All right, looks good. And so we're going to close out the scoreboard, and we're going to go ahead and power off the system. I just don't want to cause any other USB conflicts. I've had such a bad track record with USB issues on my stream rig, so I'm just going to plug this back into the wall outlet. Power this bad boy back on. Much better. Oh. Alright, let me pause the game, get the mic back over. I'm going to mute the mic for a second. I wonder if the default palette changed. Zach, it shouldn't come with 1.1. The one I just got still had 1.0 on it. I'm pretty sure they just sent me a new in-box system because I did upgrade my firmware once. Oh, I need to... Ooh, interesting. Yeah, because I did the firmware update, I still need to... Yeah, I need to change this. And turn this one off. I don't use cheats. I always turn it back on if I do want to. Oops, I did it again. There we go. Alright, so what are the options now? Is that it? There aren't any other options. That's weird. They said that there were like extra RGB options and whatnot. Not RGB, but like, you know, palette options, and I'm not seeing that. Huh. Weird. That sucks. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I think it reset the aspect ratio too. Yeah, that's more like it. Wait. The hell? Okay, no, that's normal. Cool. Yeah, Zach, that's from when I was learning how to speedrun the game, you know, over the last year or so. And I still haven't strung together like a good run, and I still haven't like fine-tuned my strats at certain parts. But there are some things that if you haven't seen any speedruns, you're gonna be like, what? You can do that? But the fact is, I just got them from the speedrunners, you know, so. I always get hit by that dude for some reason. It used to never happen, like when I would play this game as a kid, but I always get hit by it these days. Oops. Nice! Got it. Hardest game with the Ninja Gaiden name. The new ones. Ninja Gaiden Black? I don't know. Something like that. The original arcade game. Yeah, the 3D ones, like especially the first one. I haven't ever finished part 2. I haven't even played part 3. Those are really, really difficult games. Oops, that's not good. Yeah, the mine level's great in this game. Nice, got it. That's super risky. It's like really a hit or miss for me. This is actually a pretty good run. I mean, it's not like perfect by any means. There's a lot of optimizations that could be made, but normally I don't string together a run this well. Like I'm not a speedrunner. Like this is the only game I've tried learning how to speedrun because it's one of my favorite games of all time. So I was like, if there's gonna be one to try to speedrun, it's gonna be this one. Plus, it's a short game, too. It's not like, you know, I have to sit and play for an hour every time I try to do a run. And considering I haven't even played it in a while because I haven't had an AVS, I'm doing pretty alright, I'd say. Whoa. Well, it was anyway. I just messed up this part. I have to do it the old-fashioned way now. Normally I go over the top, but I missed the potion. Normally I don't miss the potion. That's actually the first time I think I've ever missed it. Alright, so I don't really care about speed at this point. I just want to beat the game. Because this is the last time, like before my ABS broke, I was trying to practice this level and learn strategies. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna fight this guy normally. Oh, crap. Oh, I'm a dumbass. What a waste. Alright, get off screen. Good jump. So I don't really care about my health as long as I don't die, because this boss refills your health when you get to him. But the idea is you want to keep the spin slash until you get to this guy and kill him in one hit. But I was like, you know what? I don't have any ninpo. I'll just use the fire wheel. Kind of old school style, how I would used to play it. Ah. You mean 1989, Wayne? Zach, you need to keep holding right as you're jumping up. It's actually super easy, man. And it doesn't usually happen on the first try either. You gotta do it a few times. See, now I'm looking at the chat, I'm just like, focus? What was that? Who needs focus? Oh, that's not good, actually. Not good at all. Woo-wee! Let's get fancy, guys. So the idea is to do that without stopping, but I don't really care at this point. I am surprised I had such a good run earlier on, so that was cool. Doing that damage boost did me absolutely no good. You know what, we'll try it the hard way. Why not? You guys like to see me suffer. Yeah, this part's actually kind of rough because of that dude. And that's why you're supposed to have the spin slash, so you don't even have to do any of that crap. Just hold right. Just hold right. And you get your health back. Yeah, I suck at the jump slash cancel. That's one of my next biggest areas of improvement, for sure. Yeah, so just hold right, jump, jump. Usually it takes me like the second try. Oh, man. He goes, yeah! Oh, boy. Alright, so what we're gonna do... bye-bye, ending. We're just gonna switch games right away, because I think I've actually gotten a copyright claim on that stupid ending. Isn't YouTube so much fun, guys? I know, Wayne's seen that ending a gazillion times. Yeah, and people that follow me on Twitch will tell you how much I have played that game. They're like, dude, we don't need to see this game anymore. Alright, so Wayne wanted some Adventure Island, and I don't mind playing some Adventure Island. So we'll play some Adventure Island. See ya, Jules. Hey, no problem, man. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I forgot that somebody told me in my my Let's Play of this that apparently the depending on the egg you pick, that's the route you take on the island. Which is why in some levels I found myself just going straight to the boss fight. In others, like I'd have to play like 8 stages before I got to it. So I really should pull up a map for that before I start playing anymore, but I guess I'll just keep running with it. Wayne, aren't you? I think you're thinking about the first Adventure Island, right? I thought I fired up the first one. And I didn't have Hot Pockets, actually. I was screaming Hot Pockets, but I didn't actually have Hot Pockets. I wish I had Hot Pockets. That would be awesome. I want some Hot Pockets now. Man. Really? Big hot pockets. Yeah, I need to pick some up sometime. Especially the next time I do a Steel Reserve stream. But that will be for another day. The Hudson Bee is supposed to do something. I totally forgot what it does. It might let you keep your items when you continue or something. Somebody also posted that in my Let's Play. All right. That was hard. Well, to be fair, Jam, that was only the first island out of 8, so I mean, it should look easy. No, I agree, Wayne. That would be really cool to play too. I'd like to do that sometime, and I want to play through the TurboGrafx ones too. I've never actually completed any of those games, and I'd definitely like to play at least Bonks 1 and 2 on TurboGrafx. I could skip the third one. I've seen reviews on it. It doesn't seem very appealing, but the NES one looks fun too, and so does the Super Nintendo one look fun too? Totally forgot. Oh, the first Adventure Island, that's a hard game. That's a hard game, like right from the very beginning. Really? The last 2 levels in Bonk on the TurboGrafx are brutal. That sounds appealing to me. That sounds like something I want to play, Wayne. I gotta get my duo fixed. Like, badly. But I mean, I can still play Hue cards, so I really should do a PC Engine stream sometime soon. Played Bonk 3 a few days ago. Nice, man. Oh, it's a boss rush on the last couple of levels. Okay. Okay. It's interesting because normally in like these first couple of levels they just toss you a bunch of dinosaur eggs, but it hasn't been happening. Normally I just get like a massive stock of dino eggs. Oh, yeah, that was close. Wayne, which white enemies are you talking about? Are you talking like the piggy-looking enemies or whatever? Oh, shoot. Crap, we're dead. Oh, God, that was close. I think you're talking about like the pig type of enemies. Like they have like pig heads. In the Japanese Hudson Adventure Island remake for PS2, they actually turned them into actual pigs. They're just like little piggies, like walking on the ground, all fours. So you're basically killing pigs in that version. I always thought they were pigs in the Adventure Island games. I wonder why they didn't keep the dinosaurs in Super Nintendo Adventure Island. Ryan, I don't know. It seems like they just went back to basics with that one. And honestly, I'm kind of glad they did. Like, I really like Super Adventure Island a lot. I do wish it was a longer game. I wish there was a little more to it. But I don't mind not having the dinos. Because, like, you started to rely on them in this game. And I like that Super Adventure Island was just like, okay, back to basic platforming skills. Like those guys. You talking to those guys, Wayne? That's totally a pig, man. Yeah, and they changed these guys to pigs in the Japanese remake. They're actual, like, literal, like, farm pigs. Walking on the ground. No, the dinos are fun, I agree. But, I mean, to be fair, you've got 4 games with the dinos. Maybe even a 5th one. Did the 4th Adventure Island on the Famicom have the dinos in them? The one that never came out over here? Yeah, one of my things about the dinos is that it feels like the later stages were designed with them in mind, and yet, if you don't have them, well, good luck. But yeah, I know what you're talking about, Wayne. Like, the ones in the not Master System, the arcade one are, like, bluish. I don't think they're blue in the Master System one. Man, who wasn't a dinosaur-loving kid? Maybe it was just coincidental, Wayne. Maybe no racism was intended. There's some really goofy names for a lot of old school video game enemies. They just make you sort of like bat an eyebrow at the terms. It's tough to say, Ryan. I don't remember. I don't really follow dinosaurs anymore. It might have been the Ankylosaurus. The T-Rex always scared me when I was a kid. Like, what if the T-Rex was alive? He'd eat me in one bite. Ah, it's so scary. Oh, to be 7 again. Oh yeah, pterodactyls are cool. Yeah, I agree. Hey, see ya, Knight Rider. Thanks for tuning in. Yep. Triceratops are cool. Yeah, I never played really any of the arcade game of Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, which is a shame because apparently it's awesome. I've only played very briefly the Sega CD version, which is not that awesome. A sculptor has made many dinosaurs out of car parts. That sounds cool. This game's not giving me any dinos. It's like hard mode has been activated or something. I have no idea. But normally I get a lot more dinos than this. There we go, finally. Game's like, you're playing too well. We have to make it harder on you. Gee, thanks, game. I love you too. Cyborg dinosaurs? The only cyborg dinosaurs I remember were the Power Rangers and Dino Wars for the NES. Yeah, it probably did. I bet you like the game's just like reading my mind. I'm gonna skip the skateboard. I'll keep my control, thank you. From using in-game music while you stream. How does it work exactly? Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. I've never gotten a copyright strike. Certain companies like to copyright claim the videos. And what happens is when they copyright claim it, you get a notification on your YouTube account. And then said company that filed the claim makes money off your video. The video stays fine. Your account's not penalized. That's what people do with video game footage, typically. It's not just audio, it can be visuals, too. Nintendo tags the visuals in their games. So if you have anything that looks like Mario, it could get tagged by the system. But what happens is they just monetize your video. And so they make money off your work. Now, you can counter the copyright claim and claim something like, oh, this video meets fair use guidelines or whatever. And they can either respond and say, okay, that we released the claim, or they can say, no, we don't agree. And then that's when you get a copyright strike. 3 copyright strikes and your YouTube channel is deleted. Instantly. But most video game publishers don't care. You can use their, you can do gameplay and stuff like that and not get any copyright claims. You can monetize your videos and you're just fine. A lot of companies, I think, see it as free promotion. Keeping their properties alive, especially these old games. So the companies that copyright claim the most often for me are Konami and Nintendo. Which is why you guys don't see me do as many Konami games. It's more specifically Nintendo games. But pretty much everything you guys see me upload, I'm not getting copyright claims on. You know, when it comes to actual Let's Plays. And like, I know this isn't going to get copyright claims. I've already done a Let's Play on it and it passed without any problems, so... But I did play Castlevania 3 tonight, so I know this video is going to get copyright claimed by Konami. But at least with Konami, I can counter them, and you know, I've won each one, so. And that's mainly because I don't think Konami even looks at them. I don't think they even respond. So, I mean, maybe they do it for, you know, maybe they do takedown notices for just straight gameplay. I highly doubt it. I mean, there's so many like Konami gameplay videos online. I think they just monetize them. And if someone counters it, they just don't. They don't respond, and after 30 days, the video creator gets, you know, their rights back automatically and can monetize again. Yeah, it's not all doom and gloom and miscellaneous. Just as you do videos and stuff like that, if you're thinking about doing mostly gameplay and stuff like that, or let's plays or long plays, then you'll run into the issue soon enough, and you'll learn, like, you know, who claims more frequently than others. The issue has gotten better actually as the years have gone on. For me personally. Ooh, is that the first time I died? Now, if you're scared these companies are going to respond and basically end up giving you a copyright strike as a result, then you don't have to counter any claims. You can just leave the claims on the videos, and these companies will just make money off your content. So Konami and Nintendo will just monetize your video. So you can get as many copyright claims as you want. The money just goes to the original content owner. Konami, Nintendo, whatever. Now, if you're doing reviews and stuff like that, you don't have to worry as much because short reviews don't usually get tagged. You know, those are usually blatantly fair use. Let's Plays are kind of a gray area right now. There hasn't been any major litigation or court case, as far as I'm aware, that's actually determined whether a Let's Play is fair use or not. But I think a lot of companies just treat it as such, because they still see it as, even though their games are being played and many times their entirety, it's keeping attention on these games. You know, people go out and buy games after they watch a Let's Play a lot of times. God, I've had so much feedback over the years about, oh, I just bought such and such game because you talked about it and showed it. You know, even when I've like completed it entirely on stream. Or on a YouTube video or something. Some companies like Nintendo don't understand that, but a lot of other companies, I think, get it. And so, you know, you don't usually have problems with Let's Plays, but there are some companies where you'll definitely get some claims on them. But if you're doing reviews and stuff, you know, it's, you know, generally seen as totally fair use. You know, if you're using game clips and audio, whatever, you're basically analyzing the software. You're analyzing the whole package, which is the sound, the music, the graphics. So, you know, you do a 3 to 5, maybe even the 10-minute review, you're probably not going to get a claim, even if it's, you know, Nintendo. We're just blazing through these levels. Right, that's exactly how it works. If you get a content ID match, it's called a copyright claim. Your video can't be monetized by you. It can be monetized by someone else, just not you. So, and it will still be monetized by somebody else. So any view that happens on that video, any ad that's watched, goes to whoever, you know, owns that content ID match. And don't partner with companies like Curse. Don't partner with anybody. There's no point in having a MCN these days. But that's a way around content ID matches. Is if it matches due to audio, a lot of times you can go in and chop out that section of audio through YouTube's video editor. So that's a way around copyright claims. I've actually done that myself on several videos to get my personal monetization back. You know, especially on some of my videos that like perform better than a lot of other videos. Like some of my Doom videos, like on PS1 and Saturn, got claimed by, you know, the guy that did the soundtrack to the game. And so I went in and chopped out the parts that that were, you know, offensive. And I got monetization back, you know. Which, especially on your more popular videos, would be nice to have, because, you know, that's revenue coming in. You know, I don't make a ton of money, but every little bit adds up, basically, you know. Every payout I get from Google is a little bit of money put towards, you know, future equipment and stuff like that. Games and accessories I need. I need some new flash cards, you know. So I definitely care about that stuff, for sure. And one thing I do personally is I just choose to not cover certain types of content because I know they're going to get claimed immediately. Which is why you guys don't see me do Nintendo stuff for the most part. There's some stuff that I know I can get away with, like F-Zero. It seems like Nintendo doesn't really care about for some reason. Donkey Kong Country, they don't claim that. And I think they don't claim that because, you know, they don't have full control over the originals. Since they were developed by Rare, technically. And Rare is owned by Microsoft. It seems like a lot of these companies don't mess with putting claims on games that, you know, were developed by multiple parties. But a game that's wholly developed and owned by Nintendo, like Super Mario Bros. Or Legend of Zelda, then, oh yeah, they care about that. But that's just a personal choice. I just say, okay, I'm not going to do any Nintendo stuff. Of course, once if I get my Patreon support up, I will start doing Nintendo stuff again. But since I can't monetize them, the Patreon will offset what I won't be making from doing Nintendo videos, since they'll get claimed. Yeah, sorry to just rant about this, but it is a topic I like to talk about. A lot of people don't really understand what goes on behind the scenes on YouTube. There's a lot of stuff that we have to deal with. I don't like making people aware of what's going on behind the scenes. I think some people find it interesting. Some people might not, but... just blazing through this game. Oh, that sucks. So close! We were about to die. We were so about to die. Yeah, that was a risk, just trying to fly across the whole stage with this guy. So I noticed that when you select a pterodactyl in this game, you start with less health than you normally do. Because they know that you're gonna just fly across the stage. So it's a way of like forcing you back down to try to grab some fruits occasionally. Which I thought about trying to do, but I was like, no, I'm just going to keep trying to fly across, and it worked. That bird just dropped a happy accident. We're just gonna paint a little happy tree right here. And some happy little clouds. A little bit of dapper blue. I like that blue. It reminds me of the ocean. Oh, that bird just made a happy little accident. That was just fine and dandy. Good level. Oh, that's close. Miscellaneous, I do Twitch, yeah. The link's actually in pretty much the description box of every video, and the stream, actually, so... Yeah, I do lots of Twitch. You don't really have to worry about copyright stuff on Twitch. The worst thing you have to worry about on Twitch is just your archive audio getting muted. Twitch has no control over what happens during your live stream. You gotta be careful though, because if you start doing some really raunchy stuff, they could blow away your account. So don't stream nude, don't watch porn. You know, some obvious things. When it comes to like the past broadcasts, the archives on Twitch, the worst that happens is that your audio gets muted. That happens for certain games. And if you decide to just go play random like copywritten music on stream, there's a good chance it's going to be muted when your stream goes to archive. You get no money from Twitch, miscellaneous viewer. You get 0 money from Twitch unless you are a Twitch partner, and it's very difficult to become a Twitch partner. So, I personally like YouTube because I already have a following on YouTube. So I have a tendency to get like higher view counts on average. I actually have a pretty good following on Twitch too. I have like 1,100 plus followers on Twitch, which is a nice little chunk of followers, you know, for someone that's only been doing it a couple years. So I'm happy with that, but I can't monetize on Twitch. Now I can get donations, but I don't ever ask for something like donations. So, you know, they don't come very often. Now I have had donation goals, and I'm probably going to start up another one sometime soon. But it's, you can't monetize over on Twitch unless you're a Twitch partner. So, for one, if I stream on Twitch all the time, for one, there's no money. On YouTube, I can monetize this stream. I usually get like $3 to $5 for every stream I do on YouTube. It's not much, but you know, if I do 4 streams a month, that's $20 in my pocket. I'm having fun and I'm getting a little bit of money to supplement my hobby. Actually, I do YouTube and Twitch so much now, it's basically a part-time job. You know, but I'm not making part-time job levels of income, if you know what I mean. Twitch is a great platform, though. I love it. I love the community over there. I like... I feel like I have more control over my chat. You know, there's more like chat commands and things like that. I can have bots do stuff that I can't do on YouTube. But I like YouTube a lot because it interfaces with my channel, you know. So the views I get from YouTube streaming go to my monthly stats on YouTube, you know, and they boost my stats basically. And I can monetize my YouTube streams. I think the YouTube player is better. A lot more people seem to have an easier time with it. There's a couple people that watch my stuff, my streams. They can't watch me on Twitch because like they watch at work, and the work's internet it's just so iffy with Twitch. But they can watch my YouTube streams just fine. So it's also an accessibility thing. And, I mean, you can stream on both platforms, too. There's a lot of people that use Restream.io, and they just stream to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I don't like doing that, because then I feel like my audiences are, like, fractured and fragmented. So I'd have two simultaneous chats running at the same time. Only, one side of the chat will, you know, understand what... you know, half the stream is saying. So I think it's easier to just stream at one place at a time. And on YouTube, I don't want to stream all the time because that's not what people subscribe to me for. They don't subscribe to watch me stream all the time. My streams have been really successful. We had like 40 people watching earlier tonight. Like, I only get that on Twitch if like everybody and their grandmother hosts me, you know. There's no host function on YouTube, which is kind of a shame. It would be really cool if there was. You know, so we do have pretty good turnouts here. It works out really well, but people don't want to see me stream every day on YouTube. So that's another reason for me to have Twitch. I've also met a lot of people over at Twitch that, you know, weren't following me on YouTube. There's a lot of people that only go to Twitch. They don't really go to YouTube. You know, they're more into like the Twitch streaming community than they are like the YouTube retro gaming community. But there's a lot of people from YouTube I've gotten into Twitch and vice versa. There's a lot of people that have found my YouTube channel because of my Twitch channel. And Ryan, thank you very much, man. Thanks for the kind words. Yeah, I mean... you know, people like you were like, you know, you should really kind of like start that. And I was like, you know, that's a good idea. I shouldn't delay anymore. And, yeah, one of the reasons I actually started on Twitch first is that there was no like YouTube gaming, you know, when I started streaming on Twitch. You know, early 2015, YouTube gaming I don't think hit until like later that year. And the reason I started streaming on Twitch is that I originally used Twitch just to stream pinball machines. So I started a pinball streaming channel. And then like a month later I decided to start video games. I started a video games channel. I don't advertise my stream on social media outside of my own like Twitter and Facebook pages. Do I have anybody donating money yet? Yeah, I got 2 one-time donations. I think both were like $5 each. And then I got a couple of reoccurring subs. I think I'm up to like $15 a month or something is what Patreon will say. Let's find out. So I mean, that's not a bad start. I started it on what, Tuesday? So yeah, it's just $16 a month. That's after Patreon's takeout. Of course, 2 of the patrons, I think, were just one-time donations, so they're not going to happen again next month. But I mean, like, I'm happy with that. That's just a start, you know, and I'm going to start advertising it in my videos. You know, my first Let's Play with Patreon info is going to come up in probably about a month or so. Ugh. $200 a year. Well, the thing about Patreon is people can withdraw. You know, they can be like, yeah, I only want to support him for a month. You know, so and that's what's kind of cool about the platform. But if a bunch of people are supporting a month, you know, it's like fairly reliable income as long as you're delivering the goods. You know. Yeah, I originally had it at $100 a month, but then I was like, you know what, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to work out, so let me do it a little bit less. I mean, $50 a month will definitely well offset the, you know, the occasional Nintendo video that I don't get monetized. I mean, $50 a month will way more than cover it, but... You know, I don't want to just be like, oh, $20 a month. It's like, no. I want to have a slightly larger goal, but yeah, it'll definitely be a process, absolutely. I mean, it's a learning process. I've already changed my profile once. I need to take some more updated photos, too. Crap. Alright, good level. We're actually towards the end of the game already. We're on the 7th island. So... we'll see how that that 8th island goes. If you guys watched my Let's Play, you knew exactly how it went during that Let's Play. More patchouli. Yeah, if I switched to Twitch earlier, I would have let Patchouli out, and I would have put her on camera. But, since I'm still on YouTube, I'm not doing that. I have not gotten a NES Classic, unfortunately. They've pretty much been sold out everywhere, and I'm not going to pay more than retail for it, so... I would like to eventually get one, but I'm not hard-pressed over. I got an AVS and a flash card, so it's not like I need an NES Classic, but it would definitely be fun to have one. Ooh, another happy little accident. Yeah, I didn't even need to watch a video like that. I mean, I still watched their video. It was a great video, but, you know, I just watched a couple YouTube videos of it in action. I was like, ooh, I can hear those sound issues. You know, because I play so much NES, like, I know what it's supposed to sound like. But it would still be fun to have one, just to stream it. I know people want to see it streamed. Plus, it's the NES. I mean... Yeah, I mean, if you want to use it as an emulation box, then, I mean... Even if you pay a higher price, then I think you're still going to get your money's worth. But again, for me, you know, I already have, I have the AVS, and then I have the retro USB power pack, so I basically have the exact same thing, except on a hardware clone instead of a software clone. Software emulation. So I don't have input lag, and I don't have faulty sound. I also have save states still, thanks to my flash card, you know, things like that. I had these things before the NES Classics ever came out, so you know, that's one reason why I didn't I wasn't sad at all, really, that I didn't get one. I would still like to have one because, you know, I'm a sucker for that kind of stuff, and people would want to see it streamed. Yeah, same here, Deadly. I won't buy one unless it's retail price. I'm not paying a scalper for one. Screw that. I already have a FrameMeister, but playing an NES through the FrameMeister is no good unless your NES is modded with RGB. So, and my NES is not RGB modded, and it's really expensive. So I just bought the AVS when it came out. It's easier. It just hooks up straight with HDMI. I don't need the FrameMeister when I play through the AVS. I just go straight into my capture card. It's nice. The FrameMeister is wonderful, though. I love it. Like, I wish I bought one sooner. I wish I listened to my old podcast co-host and bought one sooner. Because my video quality in my videos, for one, is increased substantially. But two, it's also made my stream look really good. But the FrameMeister I use for like other systems. You know, my Genesis, my Super Nintendo, and anything that's S-Video. Like we were doing PS1 and PS2 last week. So S-Video with those systems actually still looks really good. Ah, crap. Double crap. No, don't think I'm gonna grab that skateboard. Oh, come on. Alright, see you, Ryan. Hope you enjoyed the stream, man. And hopefully we'll see you soon. Yeah, there's talks of them making a successor to the FrameMeister, and it makes sense. I mean, it seems like the FrameMeister sells decently enough. There's a big enough enthusiast market for this stuff. I mean, and they've had scalers for a long time, this same company, Micomsoft. So it makes sense they would do a successor. Right on, man. Well, I'm glad you were able to experience those successful attempts at certain games. I'm glad Battletoads worked out, because I'm kind of rusty at that game. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Groove, we'll see, man. I mean, the FrameMeister, I'm gonna assume, is way more in demand than the old XRGBs are. Because everybody wants their old stuff to work on modern displays, and you know, the XRGB3s and XRGB2s, aren't they more like analog upscalers? Do any of them do HDMI? I know you have an older one, and I thought like having an older one would be really cool too for like one of my old computer monitors. That would be really neat. I'd love to have an old CRT and then get like an old scaler. That'll be really cool. Yeah, a VGA CRT monitor, yeah. Totally, I would love to. You'll still be around for a bit. Okay. Emulation versus real hardware. What's your take on that? I say do whatever you want. If you want to emulate, you should emulate. If you want to play on real hardware, you should play on real hardware. I like playing on real hardware myself because I don't have to deal with things like input lag. I can still play on my old CRT if I want. I have a PVM. And, you know, I get 100% accuracy in terms of speed, sound, timing, things like that. That's pretty important for me as far as, like, that factors a lot into, like, playing games well. Like, if I was, like, strictly emulation, there's no way in hell I probably would have ever beaten Battletoads because of the input lag. Without save states, anyway. And I don't do save states just for fun. I use them as a practice tool, but I don't use them in normal runs. But I mean, there's been times in my life where I've had to just emulate because I had to sell everything off, you know. There was especially a time in my life where I was jobless, and then I was jobless for like 4 months, living on my own, had some roommates, but, you know, it was getting really hard to make ends meet, so I had to just sell everything I had. And there was a point for about a year when I didn't have a single game console. I had to emulate through my PC. Would I do that now? I mean, you know, having all the consoles I have again, no, I wouldn't really do emulation. I mean, I still mess with emulation a little bit. I have a modded Xbox. Sometimes occasionally, I should say rarely now, I haven't done it in a while, but I'll fire up my modded Xbox and do some MAME or something like that. And I'll still do MAME for, like, Let's Plays and stuff, because arcade boards are a different story. It's really hard to capture arcade boards. And they're really, really, really expensive usually. So, but for like consoles and stuff, I just say do whatever you want. I'm not like an elitist. I'm not going to be like, oh no, you should never emulate. Or I'm not going to be one of those emulation guys that are like, you should only emulate. No, you should do whatever the hell you want, honestly. That's how it should be. I mean, I'm okay with both. But for like, you know, the types of games I like to play, really fast-paced, timing-sensitive games, emulation's a no-go for me in that regard. But if I absolutely had to emulate, because it's all I could do, I would do it again, for sure. No problem. But yeah, I don't think, like, you should be elitist about, you know, your gaming preferences. It's just video games, so... Some people are very passionate about telling you to do things one way or the other. And I say do things either way. Do a little bit of both. I guess you could say technically I do a little bit of both. Since I have my modded Xbox and... I want to do some Lynx Let's Plays, but I'm not paying for a modded Lynx. For one, I need to buy a working Lynx, which is going to be like $100. And then I do need to do the LCD mod, and then the VGA mod sort of comes along with that. It'll probably be $250 or $300 after it's all said and done. No thanks. I'll just emulate to do some Lynx Let's Plays, you know? Zach, you don't need that stuff if you have a PVM. The XRGB3 will let you basically scale to a like VGA monitor, like a CRT. Yeah, you don't need one if you already have a PVM, just like Groove said, or Deadly Gaming said. He's Deadly Groove over at Twitch, so if you hear me call him Groove, that's why. This game needs like a scroll down function, like in Sonic the Hedgehog. I mean, if you have money and space to go with the real deal, I mean, why not, you know? Not everybody has the space. Like, I have a decent amount of space, and I have, you know, I have like 20 to 25 consoles, and they're all boxed, you know, I have the space for it. And they're all displayed in my game room. So I actually did a game room tour the other day. You guys, or not the other day, last month. You guys could check out if you want to see my setup. Ooh, that was a waste of a dino too. I mean, I would love to actually use some of those, like, that Wii emulator. People have done, like, upgrade patches for, like, Xenoblade and stuff like that. Like, the original Xenoblade Chronicles, like, played in 1080p, updated textures and stuff like that. It looks amazing. I'd love to do that. I mean, for games like RPGs and stuff, like, I don't care as much about, like, input lag and whatever. You don't notice them as much in games like that, but there's no way in hell I could play Adventure Island 2 through an emulator. I'd get wrecked. Oh, I just missed it. Yeah, that's one of the most trollish parts in this island. Dude, that cloud just, it just keeps going up. It doesn't stop. Oops. I'll take an extra hammer. I did not buy the Switch, but I have tried it. I have a friend that got one, and it's pretty cool. There's not really anything on it that I want. But I would like to eventually get one. There's definitely some games coming out that I do want eventually. So I'd probably like to have a Switch by the time one of the games comes out that I really want. And I wouldn't mind picking up Bomberman either whenever I get a Switch. It's nice to see a new classic-style Bomberman game. But I got Zelda on Wii U, and I played the crap out of it. So yeah, no real reason for me to buy a Switch right now. The thing Deadly Gaming about, like, the real controllers, too, is that everything just feels so much more natural, you know? Like, these are how, like, these games were designed to be played. They were designed to be played with the NES controller or the Super Nintendo controller. And yeah, you've always had third-party options, but for me, lots of third-party options have never felt as good as the first-party option. And that actually kind of goes back to a question somebody had earlier. It was like, you know, what's the best controller for the Super Nintendo? I'm like, the Super Nintendo controller, you know? The first-party stuff has always felt the best to me, in most cases. Crap, crap, crap. And yeah, I know you can get like adapters for emulators, or adapters for your PC, but you still have to deal with the input lag. And then you've got to have controller dongles, you know, and I don't really want that. It is cool that the option's there, though. Yeah, I mean, I used to emulate a lot, especially in the 90s, back when, like, I couldn't have every console. Or I would use it to try to figure out what games I wanted to buy. Oh crap, we're in the final stage already. Well, alright. Oh, that was close. Castlevania lookalike, forgot the name. I'm not sure what that is. Wow. Sorry, Mike. We did that way more smooth than I did in my Let's Play. Holy crap. I wasn't expecting to actually beat the game like that. Knowledge Network. We played about 5 hours of Castlevania III. We've almost been streaming for 8 hours now, so... I was planning on stopping after Castlevania 3, but I decided to go ahead and just keep streaming. We had somebody request Battletoads, and then Ninja Gaiden, and then Adventure Island 2. Or any Adventure Island, but I picked part 2, so... Am I going to be able to monetize the video since you have the audio on? Yeah? Yeah? It all, you know, I don't think you understand how it works, miscellaneous viewer. Like, not everything gets claimed. The things that get claimed are in the minority. So, but I probably will get a copyright claim on the Konami footage in the beginning. Either the audio or the video. But I'll try to counter it, and chances are I'll get it back. Master Higgins is gonna get some tonight. You'll never have a sharp X68000, PC 9801, 88, blah, blah, blah. Why do you say that, Deadly? You know, like, we were talking about this a while back, probably last summer, that, you know, you buy the stuff on Yahoo Auctions Japan, you go through a site like Rinkia, you can get those things much, much cheaper than they cost on eBay. I mean, that's where I would go to buy a 68,000. It still won't be cheap, but I mean, you've bought more expensive things. You just bought the, the Neo something flash cart. So, I mean, you're a big spender, my friend. You're a big spender. You'll have a 68,000. Ugh. Oh, man. It's 5 a.m. You know what I'll do? Is to not get too much flack from people that are just popping in for the first time. I'll pop in Castlevania 3 again. I'll grab a couple beers, and I will, I'll play some Castlevania 3 for like another hour. Maybe I'll do one more run and then call it a stream. This stream's already going to take like over 24 hours to process. And an RGB modded duo. Nice, man. Very, very nice. We're going to play the North American version again, because I want to play as Grant in this version with his like short attack, since we already played as Grant in the Japanese version. Alright, so give me a couple minutes, guys. I'll be back. I'm going to use the restroom. Yeah, if there's a flash solution for the 68,000, that would be amazing. It's 5 a.m. Do you know where your children are? Playing video games! Yeah, unfortunately, Deadly Gaming, I don't think I'm going to have any treasures for 2017. I'm so tight on money. But if I get enough in, like, Google payouts and stuff like that, I might be able to buy a pinball machine towards the end of the year, another cheap one. I actually opened up a savings account last week just for my Google funds. So hopefully I can build a savings a little bit. It's not going to be much, but... savings for emergency equipment, but if I get it high enough, I can splurge on something like a pin. But that'll be a while. That'll be a long time. It's a good goal to work towards, though. Gerald is back. Welcome back. So, like I said, we're going to play through Castlevania 3 one more time. We were playing the Japanese version earlier, and then we switched off to the North American version. I actually have more fun playing the US version because it's more challenging, which makes it more interesting for me. I also like playing as Grant more in this version, which is what we're going to do. Because he's got the short-range attack that attacks really fast, but he can also still use long-range projectiles with the sub-weapons. So that's the preferred way for me to play as Grant, but I did run through Grant earlier today. Oh man, what a night. Trying to clean my glasses off, and it's not working too well. Alright. So, like I said, we're going to go play as Grant. Best Castlevania game? My favorite is Castlevania 4. And then after that, it's... We were talking about this earlier today as well. It's kind of a crapshoot. So Castlevania 4 is definitely my favorite. And then the next, like, best 5 would be really tough to name in a very specific order. It's a really strong series, especially back in the old days where it was just all linear games. Like, pretty much every linear game on consoles back then in the Castlevania series was pretty damn solid. Symphony of the Night, yeah. I have a tendency of separating the linear ones from the Metroidvania non-linear ones. Yeah, I can understand why people would say Symphony is the best. I prefer the linear style first and foremost. I mean, I still love the Metroidvania style, but I don't go back to it frequently like I do the classic ones. Like, I had a bout with Symphony of the Night a couple of months ago on Twitch. I played it for like 3 nights straight or something, and it was a lot of fun. But I probably won't do that again for like another year or two, you know? So, although if I had a way to play DS games and capture them, I'd love to do those on stream. And Let's Plays on them. I like the Game Boy ones. I like Part 2 way more than the first one, but I do still enjoy the first one. I'm not really a big fan of the third Game Boy one, Legends. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's too big on Castlevania Legends. I think even the most forgiving individuals find it to be insanely boring. Yeah, Legends has been on the rise for a long time. But yeah, it's not very good. Yeah, no, I agree. I think Symphony of the Night's a masterpiece as well. I mean, there's a reason so many people like it. But like I said, I'm not going to play that game every day like I'll play every other Castlevania game every day. So, I mean, trust me, I love Symphony of the Night. Like, I can go through that game. I don't even need to practice that game. I can just go fire it up and just whip my way right through the whole thing. You know, it's a fantastic game. And you know, it probably is the best Castlevania, but it's not my favorite. You know, my favorites are usually games I'll play much more frequently. The Super Castlevania 4, you know, guys on stream will tell you that's probably my most played Castlevania game on stream. And, hey, Tony, you're back. Yes, we played Battletoads, we beat Battletoads. We played Ninja Gaiden, we beat Ninja Gaiden. And we played Adventure Island 2, and we just beat Adventure Island 2. somebody came into the chat was like, "Dude, this isn't Castlevania." And so I was like, okay, you know what? We'll do one more round of Castlevania. My excuse is I want to beat the game with North American Grant and not Super Projectile Grant from the Japanese one. And then I'll probably cut the stream off because it'll be 6 a.m. by that point. 9 hours of streaming. Zach, I've played Batman quite a few times on Twitch, but I mean, I've streamed a lot in the last 2 years, so I mean, it's like, it will have been easy to miss it. There's probably a lot of games I played that you probably don't realize I have played on stream, because I stream so much, and I stream so often over on Twitch. What about Bloodlines for Sega? I think Bloodlines is a great game. I like it a lot. Definitely. It's not my favorite. It used to be my favorite aside from Castlevania 4, but I think it's a little bit lower in my list nowadays. It's not as challenging as a lot of the other ones. At least for me, it's not. But it is a great, great game. Wayne, are you trying to get me to play Iron Sword again? My top 5 games ever I love the most. Castlevania 4. Doom. Quake. Radiant Silvergun. Ninja Gaiden? I mean, come on, Ninja Gaiden's got to be on there, right? That's a pretty easy list, actually. Wayne is trying to... Jesus, Wayne. I said I have time for one more game, not 2 more games. I don't think this lightning happens in the Japanese version, does it? I need to I need to revert back to my past broadcast later, just to see. I don't remember the lightning like making a sound in the Japanese one. Maybe there wasn't even any lightning. Oh yeah, man. No, Bloodlines has some amazing graphics. It's got some of the best visual effects on the Genesis. And it's got some of the best music, too. It's got some of the best gameplay. But I find that underneath all that, there's more straightforward, simplistic gameplay compared to some of the other ones in the series. You know, there's that part on the Leaning Tower of Pisa stage where it's an auto-scroller, and the only enemy that comes out are those bone guys. They take one hit, and they always come out in the exact same pattern, and you do that for like 3 minutes straight. You know, so there's a lot of sections in the game like that are just kind of easy. And for someone like me, I kind of want a greater challenge. But I mean, like I said, it's still beautiful to look at. It still sounds great. It's got a great presentation. So, but when you're hungry for a more difficult game, there's Castlevania 1, there's Castlevania 3, there's Dracula X, you know. So Castlevania 3 has actually turned into one of my favorites, probably my second favorite in the whole series. It used to be a little bit lower down because I used to find it too difficult, but now that I've pretty much mastered the game, it's up there with my favorites. Plus, having the multiple characters just makes for good variety, you know? Different playstyles forces you to go through the game in different ways. Whoa, that was close. No Metal Gear Solid, no Resident Evil. Yeah, not a fan of those games, honestly. Definitely not a big fan of survival horror. And stealth games are usually a big no-no for me. I'm not a fan of stealth at all. Yeah, there's a reason you guys see me play a lot of like platformers and shmups and things like that. You know, arcade-style games. It's because I'm not a big fan of some of the other now more popular genres. You know, Metal Gear is huge now. Resident Evil is still really big. Yeah, miscellaneous. It sounds like you're more of a modern gamer, basically. And that's cool, if you like those games. I mean, those games are still, Oh, I forgot she shoots down in this one. The Japanese version, she doesn't do that. That's another difference. Now, Onimusha, I do still want to go through. I have played a little bit of Onimusha, and I liked what I played because it's a lot faster than like Resident Evil. The combat is quick. There's still tank controls, but and I'm strictly speaking the first Onimusha. But I did like what I played. Metal Gear, I might eventually play through Metal Gear Solid, the first one. And then probably stop after that. I don't know, we'll see. Slow King, how are you doing? It's a Mandusa. But yeah, guys, my taste in video games definitely swing more towards, you know, action, fast action, arcade in particular, that kind of gameplay. And so stealth stuff wasn't something I was really ever into. I did experiment with more genres when all I had was an NES. Like I played a little bit of the first Metal Gear, you know, on the NES, but as we all know, it's a pretty different game from, you know, the later Metal Gear games. I actually played some strategy games back then. I actually played some turn-based strategy games. I would play more adventure games back then. Played more racing games. I still like racing games. I just never play them anymore. I probably won't like Silent Hill. I might not. I do actually have Silent Hill on the original Xbox. People have said that's the ideal version to play, so... one of these Octobers, I wanted to try to play it. Not play through it on YouTube, but just like fire it up on Twitch. Now, I'm not totally against playing like survival horror. You know, it's just that they lose my interest, usually. They're really slow. I loved Resident Evil 4, but as you all know, I wouldn't really classify it as a traditional survival horror. That game could be pretty fast-paced. I mean, the combat was so quick in that game. There were so many enemies. More arcade style. Of course, I think that's also why so many people loved that game. Because the old tank control and classic Resident Evil fans still liked it, but people that generally were turned off by normal Resident Evil games still got into it as well. Are there any games you like where you can kill civilians? Trying to think. Like, I don't really play Grand Theft Auto. I know there's games out there I've played that I do like that you can kill civilians in. Not something I usually do just because I can, but I know there's got to be games out there that qualify. I mean, hell, like the Blood games, you know. Duke Nukem 3D. You can kill civilians in those games. I mean, not that it really gives you any benefit, but, you know, the option is there if you feel like it, or if they just happen to get in the crossfire, then whatever. Alright, let's just skip that dude. I mean, if the story is really good in a game, and if it's a game that I might not, or a genre I might not normally play, I might still enjoy it because of the story. I like good stories in games. One of my biggest pet peeves is like really tacky and more tacky / tacked on stories in games that just really aren't very good. But like I don't play that many role-playing games, but if I hear a role-playing game story is really damn good, I'm actually kind of interested, because I know that in a role-playing game the story is half the experience or more. In the case of something like Xenoblade, the gameplay was a huge part of it too. It's just so much easier than the second loop. Like, I'm playing through this again, and I'm having a way easier time. It's actually pretty nice. Can't I just... Yeah, I can just do that. I didn't mean to grab that axe either. You'd rather just watch Let's Plays for story. Once I beat an RPG, I don't want to play through the whole thing again, since I already know what happens. Yeah. Yeah, for me, if I do go back to an RPG, it's because the gameplay is really, really fun. Like, again, Xenoblade Chronicles is my main example. Like, the gameplay was so fun for me, I just went back and kept playing it. Even though I already saw the whole story. Slow King, I'm the same way. Like, the game itself has to be good. You know, the game's got to flow well. It's got to have a solid engine, a solid core. You know, fleshed out gameplay. Decent amount of varieties are always nice. It's just got to be a well-made game. And if it could have a well-made story too, then awesome. That's a great combination. So many games just tack on the stories on, and I wish, like, they just didn't have a story at all. Like, just admit your story sucks and just do it like id Software used to do, you know, like, basically had no story. You know, you'd have, like, a paragraph in the beginning, and then it was all about the gameplay. I'm okay with that. If the game is really good, I don't need a tacked-on story to make me feel better. Because it's not. It's just going to make the experience feel worse, honestly, if it's just tacked on. That's just kind of how I feel about it. I agree, morbid curiosity. I totally agree, and it's... You know, I still play some modern games, but it's one reason why a lot of modern games don't interest me, is... They're more going for that quote-unquote immersion, and a lot of times it actually takes me out of the experience. It doesn't actually immerse me more. Like, ooh, do this QuickTime event, because it's going to be so immersive. Like, no, it actually takes me out of the experience. And it all depends, you know, I'm not going to say that for every game. You know, good example, and I've mentioned this a lot, is I don't know. There's a couple of modern games I just really, really enjoyed, but you know, a lot of them I look at them and I'm like, no, that's, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I grew up on games mainly just having really good gameplay. And so that's definitely what I expect first and foremost, for sure. The Game Kepper. Game Kepper. Welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and pick that up. Grant, the Hunchback. Alright, I'm gonna go grab another drink. Oh look, I can go through the door. Alright guys, can you find Grant? Yeah, Wayne, Breath of the Wild was immersive for different reasons. I think it was quote-unquote immersive because of, like, the size of the environments, you know, the explorative factor. The fact you can get to the top of a mountain and just peer over the entire world. Like, it was immersive for, like, that's a good reason, or a good way to make a game immersive, but I think what we're complaining about is that a lot of games try to pin immersiveness on, like, extravagant cutscenes and super linear gameplay, which would work for a classic 2D game, but for modern 3D games with realistic graphics, quick time events. Quick time events, man, so immersive. No, but they toss those things in a modern game and quote them as being the reason for the immersive experience. And no, Breath of the Wild integrates immersive gameplay the right way. You know, you're just wowed by the scenery. That's true immersion right there. Both Xenoblade Chronicles and Xenoblade Chronicles X were immersive for the exact same reason. And then they had phenomenal gameplay too, so it made the immersion stick even harder because the gameplay was so great at the same time. Do you kind of understand what I'm saying? Some games will just tack on tons of, like, in-game, you know, dialogue and bill that as true immersion. Listen to these people talk to each other like you really care about what they're saying or doing. You know, and Breath of the Wild doesn't really do that. You're there alone, and the only time you really hear people talking is when it's a story sequence. You know, you've uncovered a memory, or you've, you know, triggered a main event in the game, which doesn't actually happen that often. So this is actually going to be tricky with just Grant. I might have to switch over to Trevor. Exactly, Morbid. Totally. I totally agree. Yeah. They want you to feel like the character. It's like, well, no, actually, I'd rather feel my own feelings, which is why, like, silent protagonists are better, especially in, like, a first-person game. You know, if they want me to feel like the character, then let me do the feeling part. Don't try to force feelings upon me. You know, like, have the character say something stupid and hope that I relate to it. No, see, it doesn't really work like that. Hey, Darth Adios. Oh, crap. Yeah, Grant is definitely not good for these mummies. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of being able to just switch between characters in this game, but... Ow. That's actually kind of why I'm looking forward to playing Dark Souls, Wayne. You've really propped it up as, like, being this really awesome game that's... It sounds like it does all the things I like about video games. You know, stressing the game part. I play video games for the gameplay. Not as much the video part. If I want real, you know, if I want to stress the video part, I go play some Sega CD full motion video games. Grant, you can do better than that. Darth Thaddeus, I'm just playing with Grants. Yeah. I've already done all these bosses with Trevor today, so I'm just like... I'm trying to just like hone in on like single characters. This will actually be the 5th playthrough we've done tonight on Castlevania III. You just want to see me suffer, Wayne. That's what it is. You're trying to like put this game on a pedestal to bait me into playing it. Only in the end to see me suffer. I know what you're up to, man. You can't fool me. Oh, that was close. Hey, Cat and Caboodle. I see you just woke up, huh? Yeah, it's almost been 9 hours, so... Yeah, check it out, Darth Thaddeus. We played the Japanese version, we beat it twice, and then we switched over to the North American version because it's more challenging. And then I beat it with Alucard, and then went through it a second time on the second loop, and beat it again. We pretty much played every level multiple times. Not quite multiple times. We didn't play one of the water stages more than once. Whoa! People are all like, "Man, Grant's little knife is so dumb." I'm like, dude, it attacks fast. I think you could take the axe armors out faster than you can with Trevor normally. He attacks twice as fast, so you're taking out the enemies in the same amount of time as long as you're accurate. Alright, let's get this. And then just skip the stairs. See, now I understand why like blocks like this are here. It's for Grant. They want you to skip through. They want the experience to feel different. Oops. Oh, wow, Cat. That's pretty early. And congrats on it being spring break. I mean, I know it's something that happens once a year, but it's always nice having that week off from everything. Alright, this will be interesting. There we go. Yeah, it was supposed to be a 2 or 3 hour stream. It took us about five hours to get through Castlevania 3 4 times. Maybe a little bit longer, like 5.5 hours. And then somebody requested I play through Battletoads because they were having trouble with it, and so I did. And we beat Battletoads. And then I was like, well, it's too late to switch over to Twitch. I might as well just keep going. And so then I beat Ninja Gaiden. And then I beat Adventure Island 2. And now we're back to Castlevania 3 again. Yeah, it sounds like you're having fun, though. I mean, going out and going to caves and mountains, that sounds pretty awesome, actually. I don't ever do anything like that. Kind of wish I did, because yeah, I would be a whole lot thinner if I did. I'd be in better shape. Oh, crap. No problems here, Darth Adios. Coffee M&Ms, I have not tried them. Yeah, I'm normally a good cat because, like, you know, I'm up all night anyway for my day job. Well, it's not really a day job, but for my normal, you know, work job. So I'm up all night every day of the week anyway, so... Like, when I started streaming tonight, I had only been up for like an hour and a half. You know, and I actually set my alarm specifically to get up and stream the YouTube. Like, Thursday is my first day off of the week. So when you guys see me up all night, don't worry about me. It's normal. I pretty much have to stay up all night to adhere to my sleep schedule for work. I did, Wayne. That's... yeah. That was pretty funny, actually. I was like, well, now's a good time to go get a beer. Or use the bathroom or something like that. I don't remember. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that was close. I just want to get a slightly more powerful whip. No, definitely not playing Tomba 2 next. I'm probably not going to stream after this. This is probably my last game. You know, I've been streaming for 9 hours now, so... Chattanooga as in Chattanooga, Tennessee? What? How did I get hit? Lookout Mountain. Okay. Gelato. I love gelato. Yeah. What? What did I get hit by? I swear, game. Yeah, that was dumb of me to do that. Crap, we're gonna get hit. Yep, I knew it. Yeah, Grant is awesome. He's probably my new favorite character in this game. He adds a lot of flexibility and variety to the game. Like, so many parts you can just skip over if you want to. Yeah, this is by far the hardest boss in the game without using that trick. I mean, even with using the trick, it's still a pain. Because you've got to time it right. Alright. Exactly, Slow King. Dude, those axes have, like, massive hitboxes, man. My axe doesn't have hitboxes like that. Oh crap, that's gonna be Trevor again. No, Grant is a grown dude. Awesome. Yep, he's really just hunched over. Hey, no problem, cat. This is pretty much the end of the game. So this is the last section right here. Viva la Castlevania! Alright. Gotta get this on the first try because of that nasty checkpoint. I'm gonna need a lot of axes if I'm gonna do this with Grant. Alright, one more time just to play it safe. Am I drinking something good? Not really. I just Miller Lite. I'm on my second one. I've been drinking. I had a Monster drink in the beginning of the stream, and then I've been drinking Diet Coke the rest of the night. So, and then right at the start of this game, I cracked open a Miller Lite. And dead. Oh, man. So there we go. We pretty much beat Castlevania 3 in just about every way possible tonight. Cat is in North America, so yes, they do. So yeah, I'm betting they have coffee M&Ms here in America. It's just a wild guess. Oh, it's Eminem's cat. They're probably all over the freaking country. They don't make those M&M commercials for nothing. It's probably like one of the most popular candies in North America. Hell, you go to the movie theaters and you see ads for M&Ms all the time. So yeah, I'm certain they have them in my area too. I mean, especially my area. Like, we're a really busy area, so if they have them, you know, yeah, they'll definitely have them here. Thanks, 598. Thanks, Cat. So just as much as I'd love to go through this game another time, especially on the second loop, and especially with Grant, I think it's probably a good time for me to stop. I'm sure my cat would like to be let back out. She's been in the bedroom all night, and it's 6 a.m. So this stream went way later than I anticipated. But it was still fun. I had a great time. I hope you guys had a great time. Some of you went to bed in the beginning, and then you woke back up, and I was still here, and that's pretty awesome. And we were able to mix things up. By playing some other games in between, which was pretty cool too. So, strawberry cream M&Ms. Oh boy. Mint chocolate M&Ms. Yep, I think I've seen those. So, we even updated the AVS. I got my replacement AVS in the mail, and it started having sound issues partway through the stream once we switched up games. And so I did a firmware update a couple of hours ago as well, which was pretty cool. I agree, Kat. I'm gonna need some sleep soon, so maybe not that soon. I'll probably be up for another 6 hours, but I am kind of tired. I've been sitting in front of this big-ass TV for the last 9 hours straight. My eyes are like, hey, can you start blinking, please? We're kind of starting to hurt. But if anybody wants, you know, to see pretty much every route in Castlevania 3 with both the Japanese and North American versions, then this is pretty much the stream to watch. So you can only go back 4 hours now, and I'm going to leave the video unlisted, so you're not going to be able to see the whole thing until it's fully done processing, which is probably not going to be till tomorrow. It's probably going to take like 24 hours to process. But, let's see. Yeah, big shout out to, whatchamacallit, Brian Sproats. He actually donated $1 during this stream on Patreon. He started Patreon. And John Thompson, I don't think he's still out there, but he pledged $5 as well on Patreon thanks to the stream. That was really cool. And then Amadeus RM actually, you know, provided a $10 super chat, which was awesome. So that's basically a $10 donation. And, you know, I don't ask for this stuff, guys, but I truly appreciate it when you guys send it in. It's amazing that people would even want to do something like that. So have to give credit where credit's due. Have to give a shout out to the people that, you know, that do that. So thanks once again, guys, out there. If you happen to watch the past broadcast, you'll hear this. A nice ice pack on my eyes for a bit. That's actually not a bad idea, Kat. I should try that sometime. Maybe tonight, actually. That sounds good. So yeah, Kat, the stream right now should allow you to go back 4 hours. That's what YouTube allows. And then once the video goes off, or once the stream goes offline, it's gonna start processing. The video is gonna be unlisted, and so that's gonna take a long time to process. But once it's fully processed, I'll have it published, basically. Depending, actually, it depends on how long it takes, because like I haven't done a 9-hour stream. It's been a couple weeks since I did a 9-hour stream, so I think my Game Boy Advance stream took a long time to process. So, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Just keep an eye out for it, and then obviously Sunday, Let's Play Day. So you guys will see a fighting game Let's Play, and the next month is going to be fighting games for my Let's Plays. But alright guys, if you guys don't have any more questions or comments or anything like that, I'll go ahead and stop the stream, or if you do have any questions and comments, I can stick around for a couple more minutes. Ice pack on the eyes for migraines. Ah, okay. I get migraines occasionally, for sure. So that's actually really good to know. Can we run out of time before the stream ends? Thanks, Slow King. I mainly do I do a live stream every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and then I do Let's Plays every Sunday, and then anything else I come up will be posted in between. I can't spoil it, Morbid Curiosity. It might be Tekken Tag, Street Fighter Alpha 3, Guilty Gear, and Battle Arena for Shonen. Yeah, I can't spoil it, man. I actually wish I could just stay up longer, because, I do want to go through the second loop again. Yeah, good night, Kat. I appreciate it. And it's okay, guys. The next month won't be 4 videos straight of Adventure Island, so you can rest easy, but they will be fighting games. So maybe that's just as bad. I don't know. I don't know. My fighting game videos seem to do okay on my channel, surprisingly. So we'll see how a month straight of fighting games works out. No, Darth Adios. I'm just the arcade mode, and I demonstrate World Tour, but no, World Tour is just something I'm going to play on my own. I'm still working at it. My character is at like, I think he's almost at like level 20, so I'm making progress on it. I don't think coffee M&M's has caffeine in it. I think it just tastes like coffee and that's it. I don't think they actually have caffeine in them. Alright guys, so once the timer runs out on Castlevania 3, I'm gonna go ahead and stop the stream. Oh, I've been drinking caffeine all night. I had a Monster drink, and then I think I had like 5 Diet Cokes. When I should have been drinking tea, I actually made tea yesterday. So I have a whole pitcher of tea in my fridge. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cat, sometimes my themes are just unintentional. Like, what got me to do fighting game Let's Plays was that I had fighting games in my collection, but I'm selling off a lot of my physical games because I'm really tight on money right now, and some of them are fighting games I've been meaning to Let's Play. And so I basically just quickly practiced them last Thursday and then recorded 4 Let's Plays. I was going to record a 5th one, but it switches between resolutions constantly, and that screws with my capture card, and I was like, yeah, I can't do this. So, yeah, thanks again for the sub, Slow King, and yeah, check out my, I've got tons of videos on the channel, too, if Let's Plays are your thing. I've got, like, hundreds of Let's Plays. So, it's all retro game stuff here, too. But, alright, guys, take care. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Let's Play Sunday, and hopefully I see you guys next Thursday. So, alright.